イナルファイトファイナルファイト
出たジャンピングタイムドライバーからおっとバックドロップ
ファイナルファイト
スーパーファミコンで好評発売中
Capcom.
That's right. We're going to be playing some Final Fight. Welcome, everybody. Happy Monday. It's Monday, right? I think so. It says Monday here on my PC. What a better way to kick off a new week than with more Final Fight. All fights are final. That is correct. That is correct. Every single one. No refunds, no returns. I was going to say no revenge, but there will be some revenge. Eventually. Some Final Fight revenge. Log from Blammo. Welcome, welcome. Mighty Final Fight will also be happening eventually, but not today. We have a lot of ground to cover, so we will have to make our way through every single version of the original Final Fight first. Matsunaga, Franken, Malone, Trap. Welcome everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Final Fight, yeah, that's something else. That's me trying to organize this shit behind me. That's the Final Fight right there. Well, as I just said, we have a lot of ground to cover. We covered some significant ground last time. We had some technical hiccups, which is to be expected when we're when you're fucking around with home computer ports, home computer emulation specifically. And we eventually got everything working. We made our way through the legendary Amiga version of Final Fight, which was a good time. The standing pile driver that you can just like bring out. You get the Mario jumps when you're fighting a non-pile drivable enemy. The Belger fight in the Amiga version was maybe some of the most absurd beat 'em up boss fight I've ever experienced. It's like you play the arcade version of Double Dragon 3 and you get that experience that I had back in the day. Well, back in the day, I don't mean like in 1990, but when I played it on emulator for the first time some decade or two ago, credit feeding my way through the boss fights in the final stage. And I remember like if I landed a single hit per credit, that was like that was a good credit basically. And that's kind of how Belger is in Amiga Final Fight, where you have to like fight his fucking weird ghost hitbox and very occasionally land a single hit, and then after you hit him 200 times, his life bar very slowly starts to decrease. But I mean, it's an unusual Belger fight. He didn't even get out of his wheelchair. The Amiga version sure has some shortcomings, but frankly, as far as like Amiga beat 'em ups go, I think it's probably above average in terms of sheer playability and fun factor. I'd be interested to see what it's like if you're two players actually. Although I do feel the fun factor does get diminished significantly when playing as anybody else than Hagar. It's funny because Hagar is fun to use for a heavy, like I'm not usually into the Hagars, if you will, in beat 'em ups. It's usually not my go-to archetype. But in Final Fight specifically, basically due to how the combo throw works, like where you do the suplex right out of the standard combo, is a tool that is kind of vital to use, and it's very fun to use, and every character can do it, but Hagar, not only is his like kind of the most effective due to his combo being the shortest, so he can kind of do the rapid fire suplexes, but also in comparison to other grappler characters in other beat 'em ups, it makes Hagar a little more kind of active, even if he moves slowly. When you're really surrounded by a crowd of thugs, like doing those repeated combo suplexes, it's just a good time. And in Amiga Final Fight, it's a little bit different because you hold the fire button and you pull down on the joystick and you just like keep jabbing, and then when a pile drivable enemy walks into your range, you just pile drive him basically. It's pretty cool. So the problem is with the other characters is so fire and down on the Amiga version, that's how you do the Super Joy. That's how you do the special move. But Hagar doesn't have his lariat in that version. He has the pile driver instead, because to the best of my knowledge, there's no grappling in the Amiga version otherwise. But as mentioned, like some characters you cannot do the pile driver on them. So instead of doing the pile driver, Hagar just jumps into the air instead. and when you land on them, like, it deals damage. It deals the same damage as a punch instead of pile driver damage, which is disappointing, but it's still a lot of fun. So with the Cody and Guy, you can kind of do this a similar thing where you hold the fire button to just rapid punch, and you pull down on the joystick to do the Super Joy, which is also free. It doesn't cost HP. But the problem is, the trade-off for it not costing HP is that it doesn't have invulnerability. So the Super Joy doesn't really function as a Super Joy in that game, which makes it a little, a bit of a liability, to say the least. That's a macaw. Yeah, the combo throw mechanic is, I remember, like, Punisher kind of expands on it too, because you have the combo throw, but you also have, like, if you, like, tap forward when you do, or maybe you can hold it, but I remember when I played it back then, I used to always, like, tap forward when I do the final hit of the combo. There's, like, a slight delay before he does the final punch, and it's like a more powerful punch. Same when you do the Izuna drop, you can, like, just frame it, whatever. You tap down and button at the same time at the apex of your jump, and instead of just doing the standard Izuna drop, he does this kind of super Izuna drop. Like, it's just super satisfying. Dude, Punisher's such a good game. But I digress. This is not the Punisher retrospective, although that would be pretty fun too. There's some quality Punisher games out there. This is the Final Fight series retrospective. And we are going to be playing additional versions of the original Final Fight today. So last time, we started, of course, with the arcade version. We then went on to the first home port, which was the Super Famicom version, which was released not at launch for Super Famicom, but close to it, and it was a launch title in other regions. And that is a, like, weirdly bad port. I remembered it, like, the missing content in the Super Nintendo version is obviously very, like, hard to miss. Cody is missing, or sorry, Guy is missing. The industrial area is missing, so of course, by extension, Rolento is missing. I believe the glass pane bonus stage is also missing. The intro, I mean, not the opening, but the start of stage 1 with the barrels and damned is missing. I forget what else, but there's a lot of shit missing, and the sound is kind of terrible. And the thing that I didn't really remember, I mean, I'd heard people say, I guess, like, that it's a bad port aside from the content, but it has, like, absurd amounts of slowdown, and it's like the slowdown will eat your inputs. So anytime there's, like, a single barrel on screen, let alone 3 or 4 of them, like, you kind of can't move. So you see the barrels, like, tumble towards you from full screen, and, like, 5 seconds in advance, you start mashing the punch button, and, like, you're lucky if you get a punch out before they get to you. It's pretty fucked. I mean, as far as core gameplay, when there's no slowdown, it does run at 60 FPS, and it's, you know, it resembles the arcade version more closely than any of the computer ports we played. But I honestly think that there may be an argument to be made that the Amiga version is the more enjoyable version to play. Like, the Super Famicom version has the unfortunate sort of disadvantage of being close enough to the arcade on the surface that all the differences from the arcade version really stick out like a sore thumb. When you boot up the Amiga version, you kind of like, well, all right, this is going to be something else. So you don't kind of put the same level of expectation on it. I mean, for God's sakes, you boot the game up, you start the new game. When level 1 starts, there's no map, there's no intro telling you round 1 start, there's no damned kicking a barrel. Well, he doesn't kick it. Brad kicks it, whatever. But, like, that whole thing is not there. The screen fades in, and while the screen is fading in, you're getting fucking sandwiched between 2 bilboes who will, like, tackle you, and that's how the game starts. So kind of right off the bat, you know that it's not going to, it's going to be its own thing. And as its own thing, with the amazing standing pile driver, it's, I had a very good time with it. For being completely new gameplay made up with the Final Fight sprites, it seemed pretty fun with the absurd Hagar pile driver and big amounts of enemies on screen. Yeah, like, it runs better than the Super Nintendo version. It's 30 FPS, but it stays that way pretty much. I mean, it has slowdown, but it doesn't seem as bad. And, like, the inputs work in such a way that, like, because you can just hold the button, you're not going to suffer from missed inputs the same way. I do think it's probably a good idea to play with a trainer to get infinite credits. Although you do have the hidden intro with the programmer's ego trip message, which does give you infinite lives. Because once you get to the end of the game, you're gonna need a lot of lives to get through Belger. Yeah, like the thing is, like the game must have been rushed, right? But it's still peculiar to me because I feel like the Super Famicom version of Final Fight is just it's so remarkably bad for like what you would expect out of Capcom. Like it must have been like, what did they cheap out on ROM size? Maybe like I'm not really sure what led to it because it's conspicuous. I think in the grand scheme of things, given Capcom's track record for quality in general, it's really strange. Because I mean, obviously, you have later CPS1 beat 'em ups like Captain Commando and Knights of the Round, and like I'm sure those are very far from arcade perfect on the Super Nintendo, but you never hear people talk about them as being remotely bad in the same way. And of course, Street Fighter 2 is like fantastic, all things considered. Are we going to play Final Fight Guy? Of course we are. Of course we are. All in due time. We are going to be continuing our journey in a rough chronological order. So last time, I got sidetracked because I got too excited talking about Amiga Final Fight. But we played the arcade, we played the Super Famicom, we played the Amiga version, and then we played the Atari ST because and that was like not that exciting because it's basically the same as the Amiga, it just runs worse. It didn't really have the Atari version actually had music instead of sound effects, but the music in that case was like a 5-second loop that repeated throughout the entire game, and it wasn't very good. Like even the intro, the attract mode had kind of cool music, but then they changed to a shitty music for the gameplay. It kind of sucked. There's literally no reason to play the Atari ST version if you have access to the Amiga one, honestly. They would play the Amstrad CPC version, which was like shockingly faithful in so many ways. Like it retained a lot of stuff that was actually cut from the Amiga version. It had Rolento. The elevator was missing from the Amiga version. Like the Amiga version has the industrial area, but it has like half the level, and then it just ends. The CPC version has like the grappling worked a little differently. Like I don't know. I really thought it was pretty shit when I first booted it up, but I came around on it. I mean, it's slow and it's clunky, but I thought it was actually kind of cool. And then we played this Commodore 64 version, which was rather unfortunate. It did give us this, though, which, by the way, I have some... got some new follower emotes prepared for today. We got Smug Commodore 64 Hagar. That was pretty good. We had Big Nose Guy on the character select. And it was like kind of cute, the graphics, how they sort of recreated the entirety of Final Fight with like completely new graphics. But even with the trainer, where enemies died in one hit, it was still kind of tedious. Hang on, I'm just getting some Windows messages. All right, let me throw those away. So those were the 6 versions that we got through, which means that today we will move on to the 7th version, which is a continued journey into the dark, dank depths of European microcomputer ports. I think some people may have an inkling of where this is headed. Let's hop on over here. You know, we played the Amiga, we played the ST, we played the Amstrad CPC, we played the Commodore 64. Obviously, that leaves us with the ZX Spectrum version. So that is indeed what we're going to be starting off today. Today is going to be an exciting roller coaster through peaks and valleys of Final Fight port quality, I'm sure. I have a feeling that we might be playing ports that are slightly better than this later on. But let's set things up here. Double Dragon 2 on the Spectrum was awesome. I'm not sure about 1. I mean, it had Circus Strongman Bobo, which was pretty good, but other than that, I don't know. Although, I mean, the real thing with the with Double Dragon 2 is I believe we played the MSX like port of the Spectrum version, so it ran a lot faster, but it was still pretty sick. Although maybe on a Spectrum like 128 or whatever, you could get the Spectrum Double Dragon 2 to run that fast too. I forget exactly. Dan Mitt, hello, welcome. Let's see if we can get this show on the road. Have it there. But make it visible. There we go. There we go. I'll just try to load this up and hang on. How did I do this last time? Fucking hell. Give me a second. I know how to load it up, but I'm a little unsure how I might have to go about changing. If we're gonna need to like change discs or anything, that might be a little tricky. We'll see how it goes. Let me update my game information here. So this port was also handled by Creative Materials Limited, but it was programmed by one Alan Butcher, according to my information. This was also released in 1991. I don't know specifically which, if there were any kind of delays or sequence of the release. I assume they were essentially all released at the same time. So we kind of been playing it from the most high-profile, fanciest version first, which was the Amiga version, in kind of descending order here. So I messed around with this, and I couldn't for the life of me make any kind of joystick controls work. So we're going to be playing with the extremely civilized keyboard controls using QAIO to move, and space, the space bar for the fire button. That's a bit loud. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not even wearing headphones, and my headphones are still ripped. I mean, music's not bad for Spectrum. Hello, Mike Hagar here. We had to sacrifice a bit of punctuation here, but... What's happened to Jessica? Who is this? So this was kind of similar in, was it the CPC version, I think? Where you don't get the close-up of the TV, you just get damned showing up in this frame here too. What's up, Jojo Star? Welcome, welcome. You're just here in time for the first game of the day. Oh yeah, highly civilized character select, where you have to press enter to cycle through each character. He's a former champion Street Fighter. He is the new mayor of Metro City. Master professional wrestling skills and is expert at backdrop and pile driver. Nice, succinct. Guy, he mastered the art of ninjutsu and attacks with unequaled speed. Which is kind of funny because his combo is so long that he kind of is slow. And it's got the wall jump. Yeah, I hope the audio is fine. Let me know if volumes... We're going to be jumping between emulators and captures and stuff, so... volume is likely going to be all over the place, and if anything sounds bad, or if you can't hear me, or if you can't hear the game, by all means let me know, because if I don't know, it's hard for me to fix it. Oh, Cody's good with knives. The final fight stream. Well, I'm afraid that's well, I'm not afraid. I'm happy to report that that's definitely not the case, because we're gonna be kind of my goal anyway is for us to get through the remaining ports of Final Fight 1. But we have a lot of other games to get through, so this is far from final. Okay, the Mad Gears gang. Okay, let's select this player. Well, I guess this one is not trained or anything, so it might be fucking impossible. It might game over on the stage 1. Alright, here we go. Alright, finding the controls here. Okay, so this is kind of similar to the CPC version, I think. Oh, I'm just walking on air, don't mind me.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Unspeakable horror. Well timed there, Hazemaker. Oh, I did grab him. We got a pile driver. I'm getting sidetracked by everything happening at once here. Yeah, thank you very much, Hazemaker, and enjoy your new golden skull. Oh, okay. Yeah, like it's running. I mean, it's not really running worse than some other versions. Yeah, we still get that. Yeah, this is very similar to the CPC version, actually. We get that same thing. Like, this is this attack, his weird, like, whatever you call it. It's not a punch. Do we get the door animation? Nah, that wasn't like in the C64 version. Yeah, we get the dustbin. Oh yeah, you pick up stuff by just walking into it. Oh, that was not a knife. I see. You get 2 enemies at once. You want to kind of walk around here, try to hog them a little bit until you get the grab. There we go. And then you do the pile driver. Because killing enemies with anything but the pile driver takes a long time. Yeah, let's get rid of the riffraff. Oh, I meant to pause it in. That's fine. Yeah, the scrolling is a little bit slower than we can walk. Same as CPC. Funnily enough, like, I wonder if this might even be running faster. I don't know. I still think, like, there's... Oh, there was a knife down there. Yeah, I guess if I press left and right at the same time, I kind of jump. I'm not sure it's a jump, though, because there is no, like... There isn't really a jump. Did I just headbutt him? Kind of looked like it. You can press fire and up to do the world's slowest dropkick. But there's obviously no jump button, because everything is the same button. But yeah, I mean, this is actually, like, a lot of the graphics, obviously, are very recognizable as Final Fight. And that was very true, even more so, of the CPC version, because, of course, that had more color. I don't know, I don't remember if the music was any different from between the two versions. Wow, okay, I got destroyed there. It's interesting, though. Yeah, I wonder... So, I was actually speculating on this last time. According to my information, it said that Richard Applin programmed the CPC version, and I was thinking that seemed odd. Not because I have any insights, really, into his body of work, and it wouldn't be too strange to have the same person program multiple ports, I assume. However, the Amiga version plays totally different. And given that this version plays like exactly like the CPC version, like even without having anything else to compare it to, I just thought it seemed suspect that he would have made this other version that played so differently. But given that there now is this version that plays like that, it makes me believe that probably Alan Butcher actually made the CPC version too. If I had to guess. If we have any experts in chat, by all means, let me know. So, you get the live bar to show up when you're kind of like in proximity. Did we like soft lock by scrolling too fast or something? Because obviously I can't leave the room. Presumably because there is an enemy left here. Well, frankly, like, people like to dunk on the Spectrum, and obviously it's a very limited system, but personally speaking, I can't claim to have, like, anywhere near enough experience or insight to tell you what's, you know, what would be considered average. Well, I mean, we're halfway through stage 1, so I wouldn't feel too bad about starting over. I'm mostly just perplexed here. But it doesn't seem like we can reach Mr. P over here, so let's try again. Let's see if we can be a little careful. Oh, wait, does this version... Oh, does this version have the backflip? Because that was in the Amstrad version, right? So we should be able to skip this, I think. Hopefully, maybe not. Oh, there we go. So, yeah, the colors obviously are another kind of trademark of the Spectrum, right? So the Spectrum is capable of more than one color like this, but I wonder if it was a deliberate thing to improve performance. The other thing is, of course, famously, you know, the Spectrum, like the way the color palettes work is that you can't really have overlapping objects with different colors. And because this game is like fairly three-dimensional, I guess, like we have the Z-axis movement and there's a lot of moving up and down and moving in front of and behind stuff. I mean, I feel like you could, there's no way you could reasonably color the characters, but maybe you could have like, I don't know, okay, it's not super responsive here. Maybe like the floor would be one color and the sort of background would be one color. But if that was the case, like, I imagine that wouldn't really look great. Because like even in Double Dragon, which is where they did do that, like, I mean, it looked okay, I guess, but it's, if that is something that would have also impacted performance, given how this runs, you know, I don't think anything they could have done would have been a you know, a worthwhile trade-off for, you know, I wouldn't want this game to run any slower than it already is. But I mean, yeah, the graphics are like incredibly impressive in terms of the detail and how recognizable it is. I mean, compare this to the C64 version where you're like, there are these like stick figures that you can, with a little bit of imagination, you can imagine, you know, which one is supposed to be 2P and which one's supposed to be Axel. Oh, there's 2P, speaking of which. We spawned this time. Didn't mean to pick up the pipe, but that's fine. I drop it once I get hit once, so... But that's the thing, again, like, because I'm so unfamiliar with the Spectrum, it's hard for me to have too much of a... I don't have much of a frame of reference. But I will say, like, color obviously is a weak point of the spectrum. But other than that, like, there must be something with, like, how it handles, like, bitmap information, because I feel like that's kind of typical for Spectrum too, to not have, like, obvious repeating tiles. Like, there's a lot of unique picture information. And I feel like that's kind of what I associate with Spectrum. I don't know if it just feels that way because it's so limited in other ways. I don't know. Oh, there's the second 2P. I think we're probably good here. So there's no... Well, yeah, there is a lariat, I think. Although... Yeah, oh, there we go. There's a lariat. I was trying to use diagonals when we got this awkward keyboard control setup. It's a little difficult, but... Alright, it works. Yeah, I mean, even, like, action games in general, I would say, isn't what I would... I mean, of course, there were, like, the isometric platformers and stuff, but... You know, adventure games and more, like, slow-paced stuff, like, I would imagine that being the kind of stuff that you would generally trust to work better. Let's hope we got the last 2P. Oh, there we go. It's loading. It's just cool that this is, like, so, like, you know, it's not only is it, like, calling it recognizable is, like, such a massive understatement, because it's so intact. Like, I had the same feeling about this, the Amstrad version, like, where not only do you have every single piece of every background, like, it's not even, it's, like, pretty much one-to-one. Which is kind of the crazy part. Ton of text adventures. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But yeah, the Spectrum was just not... it didn't have a presence, at least not in my life. I don't think it was... Like, if it was ever popular here, by the time I was able to kind of interact with games, it would have been kind of long gone. Yeah. The C64 version is kind of the only one we played so far with, like, fully recreated graphics from scratch. The Amiga version, of course, is, like, quite the looker, all things considered. It's, like, a little bit lacking in color, but not compared to this, obviously. Compared to the arcade or the Super Nintendo version, the Amiga, the lack of color on the Amiga is kind of notable. And I wonder, because obviously there's a lot of games that were kind of the same between Amiga and ST, just kind of... Oh, he hit me. But I grab him. No. I like that he does the fucking Antonio Inoki, Muhammad Ali sitting knee kick. That's his attack. Oh yeah, timer's still running. We have to run to the right. There we go. Level 1 clear. There's a lot of cases of Amiga games being kind of the same on Spectrum, but running worse. Hey, we got a different color palette. That's cool. Or a different color, I should say, maybe. I'm getting stuck. There we go. And I know that was, like, a point of contention, I guess, like, among ST owners, I guess, that, like, few games were kind of optimized for the ST. They were always just kind of a worse, like, the Amiga version, but with worse performance, basically. But I suppose the opposite may have happened too, where aspects of a game would have been kind of designed for the lowest common denominator. And I don't know too much about the Atari ST to say, you know, what it was capable of. I know that it wasn't quite on par with the Amiga in terms of performance or graphics, but I was I thought it noteworthy when we played the two back to back that that they looked basically the same. I think the main difference between the ST and Amiga versions of this game is the speed and frame rate. So it kind of makes me wonder if the graphics kind of could have been better on the Amiga, but were kind of purposefully made to work on the ST, or if that would not have been a thing. Because I know the Amiga does have a quite limited, it's like 32 colors or whatever, plus whatever copper effects you can do, which wouldn't really be applicable in this case. I still think the Amiga version looks good, because what it's lacking in color and animation, like it makes up for with number of enemies and just overall smoothness. Someone managed to pull up the wagon, I mean the subway car in the background. We'll see. The CPC version had like the elevator and shit. Like it had stuff that was missing from the Amiga version. So even the Commodore 64 version had like the doors opening in the background on stage 1 and the elevator on the final stage. So we'll see. Yeah, Nerd Revenge for sure. Like there's no way. None of this is at all like adapted from any of the code. If anything, I'm like kind of impressed that the graphics are as intact as they are. Because there's definitely games like, again, Double Dragon continues to be the point of reference, but like Amiga Double Dragon 1, I like that port. It's pretty fun. It's pretty playable. But the graphics are hilarious because like the the characters are like redrawn, and they're redrawn very amateurishly. There's like no shading. It looks absurd. It looks like bootleg as hell, which is quite funny. Yeah, we had the lights passing by. Like that was in the CPC version too, and I was very impressed there as well. Maybe the walking on air strat isn't too bad. I want to destroy this dustbin. Even that thing, like having object names appear for the breakable objects, that doesn't even happen in the arcade game. Alright, I want that pineapple. I didn't mean... Oh, sorry, the fruit. Yeah, you will kind of get stun locked, which, I mean, that's true to the arcade. It's just that you would normally expect to have a super joy to get out of it, but... that was definitely a pineapple. Alright, Hollywood, you're next. Come on.
Well
there we go.
done.
Log from Blammo. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. You know, this is pretty comfy. Oh yeah, and I suppose too, another difference between the Amstrad and the Commodore and Atari versions, or the Amiga, I should say, to clarify, is that there's no two-player support. And I mean, that's kind of crazy for the Amiga version, for how impressive it is in terms of visuals and how it runs. And like it's got like so many enemies on screen. It's still also, I mean, I guess whatever magic Richard Applin was pulling to get that many characters on screen would have been instrumental in getting a two-player mode to work as well. But even then, like, it's not something I would take for granted. I mean, hell, the Super Nintendo version doesn't have it. Better break that just in case. Oh, there's a soda there, or a beer. Let's see what the game calls it. It looks like a Pepsi or something, but... Yep, it's a beer. There we go, full health. Oh, hello. Another Andre. Oh, wow, okay, you can actually do the dropkick from the weird airwalk. Yeah, I know the Amiga version does. That's what I said, or meant to say anyway. That version does have two-player support. I think it may actually be the only version that we played, the only home version that does. The Atari ST probably does too. I don't remember, but it's so like identical to the Amiga version otherwise that I would expect that to be the same. But yeah, I mean, frankly, I mean, I don't know. 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 I mean, if you like, if you tell someone, like, if you ask someone to imagine Final Fight ported to the ZX Spectrum, I don't think most people would picture something that's this playable. I mean, unless you're like just a hardcore Specky fan. All right. I mean, it's pretty slow. Like, just thinking of like how long it takes, like how long we've been playing this. And it's like, oh yeah, we haven't made it to Sodom yet. We'll get there, but yeah, hey Smeaker, that was just kind of my theory. Like I said, like it's the graphics especially were pretty much identical on the, like, I think the Atari ST has like a slightly smaller kind of window, like it's kind of slightly more letterboxed, or like the life bars have a black background instead of you seeing like something like that. It's just the window is slightly propped. But that was pretty much the only difference I could notice between the versions. Yeah, the weapons are kind of worthless in this version because you can't really hit anything with it. Yeah. I like that too. Like, there's no any screen that scrolls. There's no like limits to how and when you can scroll it. So you can kill enemies whenever. And once you're out of enemies to defeat, you just kind of walk your way over to the edge of the screen. And then the load happens. I mean, it works. It just feels a little crude compared to what you know from the original game. Yeah, Sodom is, as most bosses, sort of trivialized here. He doesn't have his swords. He doesn't do his tackle. The C64 version had some pretty, like, it had Rolento throwing grenades and stuff. We kind of, unfortunately, because we were playing it with the trainer to get one-hit kills, without really thinking about it, I kind of destroyed. Try to walk up. Oh, okay. No, I can't walk up. See if we can do this. We got it. Without really thinking about it, when we got to Sodom and when we got to Eddie E, I just kind of killed them immediately without really thinking about wanting to see what they could do. But we did stick around with Rolento for a little bit, and yeah, he jumped up on the ledge and threw grenades and stuff, and and that was cool. Like, we barely even seen Rolento before, let alone. Oh, I did the backflip. Right. Shit, I forgot that was the thing. It's not quite as impressive in this version. So that's like the backwards jump. In the arcade version, if you press jump and backwards at the same time, you do a backwards jump, which is like a reasonably fast mode of travel. Cody especially. I guess it's meant to be kind of an evasive maneuver. I'm not really sure. But it is integrated in this / the Amstrad version. But for some reason, Hagar does like a... I can't even call it a backflip. It's just like an upside down jump. But yeah, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked here. I'm getting too excited about these pile drivers. It did stand out to me how the Amiga and Atari ST versions were essentially identical, which led me to believe that they were probably made with kind of the lowest common denominator in mind. Not that it's bad looking for an Amiga game by any means, or bad playing for that matter. But I was sort of expecting some more notable downgrade visually. Of course, it runs much slower on the ST, but still kind of impressive. But if you're like coming to it not as an ST enthusiast or whatever, but like I am, just digging these up and playing on them on emulator, I think the Amiga version is fun. But given that the ST is kind of the same but not as good, there's really not much reason to play it, I don't think. And yeah, I know about the hack to the arcade game to enable 3-player support, which seems... It's like kind of an insane effort. I don't know that Personally speaking, I feel like it interests me more on a more as a novelty than anything else, or more kind of on an academic level, like just the interest in how it was done and the fact that people would go to that effort. I know these games, like 2-player is a big deal, but I just tend to play them by myself for the most part anyway. So having 3-player support, you know, in that sense doesn't really... I I don't personally have a lot of situations where like, oh, finally my third friend can join in on my Final Fight sessions. Having said that, I think it's insanely cool that people have been able to do it. Oh yeah, this part was missing from the Amiga version, I think. Although it is funny when you cut out the part where Abigail assaults you and kidnaps you, or the Andre or whoever it is. You just walk through a hallway and then all of a sudden you find yourself in this arena, which I gotta say, as far as everything being recognizable, this area is maybe the most ambiguous visually as to... I mean, I guess you can kind of make out some kind of chain link fence, but it's like a nighttime cityscape in the background. I mean, it works. It's no more abstract than anything else, really, but not quite as recognizable. I mean, the fact that I'm fighting a couple of Andres and just where we are in the game makes it obvious what section it is. But it visually it lost something a little bit in the transition here. Oh, that was a backflip or upside down jump. I wanted to get the pile driver, but I can't move. I'm stuck. Yeah, the input responsiveness is not quite perfect, which is in line with the Amstrad version. I had some issues with that there too. But it definitely became less of an issue as I came around on how the grappling works. Because when I first started playing the other version, I thought grappling was initiated by pressing down plus fire. Because when you do, he does this little chokehold. And because the Amiga version, you press down and fire to do the pile driver. So I had thought that you're supposed to press down and fire to grab people. But that is not the case. You just walk into them just like the arcade. Well, just like the arcade is maybe not entirely accurate, but in an approximation of how the arcade game works. There's no buttons involved, is the point. But there's like a delay, or it takes time. I'm not sure exactly how it's sort of designed to work. But again, you like overlap your sprite with theirs for a little bit, and eventually Hagar will crouch down to the floor, the enemy will turn invisible, and when they phase back into existence, they are within your grasp. Sarah 1990X. The frame rate is all you need. Yeah, Atomic Runner for sure. Like, before I figured out how the pile driver worked, trying to kill enemies with the combo is miserable. And I time over, like, and lost a life somewhere on stage 1, I think. But once you, like, figure out that this is how you fight people, it moves... Well, I was going to say it moves at a decent clip. I mean, it moves like molasses, but the flow itself, like, you could definitely... you know, you can go through enemies pretty quickly. Can we just get another pile driver? There we go. All right, we got the deep Applin lore here. Yeah, I mean, I think it's legitimately... I think the Amiga version is highly impressive. And I think it plays, like... It plays in a kind of peculiar way, but, Oh, I didn't mean to jump. But ultimately, I found it more enjoyable than I would have expected for sure. It's just like, I don't know. One does kind of wonder what it might look like with more resources put into it. But I mean, just like this is in many ways a lot better than I would expect from a Spectrum port of a extremely like advanced and fancy 1989 arcade game. So is the Amiga version, really. The strat in the Amiga version basically is, I mean, I was playing with infinite credits, so I don't know how long I would have lasted without the trainer. But the key to the Amiga version is Hagar's pile driver. So the other characters, you press fire and down, you do the Super Joy, which would be the lariat in Hagar's case. But can we hang on, how do I? There we go. There's the backflip. It's kind of tricky to do. But Hagar, for whatever reason, maybe because Applin deemed it more necessary to include the pile driver than the lariat. Hagar doesn't have the lariat, but he has the pile driver instead. Now, because there's no like grappling in the typical sense, you do the special move command, fire and down, to do the pile driver. Well, obviously the pile driver is going to be kind of context sensitive. You need to have someone to pile drive to be able to do it. And the way the game works is if you hold the fire button, you just keep punching. And if you hold down while holding the fire button, with the other characters, you will just repeat their special move. But with Hagar, because he cannot do the pile driver if no one is close enough, he'll just, keep punching. And essentially, you will keep punching until someone is in range to be pile driven. Now, Bilbo specifically is a bit of an exception because you cannot pile drive Bilbo for some reason. Bilbo and the bosses cannot be pile driven. But what's funny is that, like, the game will not prevent you from doing the pile driver move. It will just launch you into the air without the enemy. So you do this big old Mario jump, and it has the same effect of hitting enemies when you land, but it basically just looks like you're just jumping on enemies. But it kind of works the same way. It does less damage, unfortunately, but it works the same way in that, like, even if you're crowded, like, eventually you will kind of just do the pile driver, and the pile driver is, like, fully invincible. So, long story short, hold the fire button and hold down on the joystick, and that'll get you out of pretty much anything, was my experience. And it was quite satisfying. Yeah, like, you can't imagine... I mean, the fact that they have, like, one person doing code and maybe, 2 to 3 other people on graphics and audio, maybe, like, if you're being generous, to, like, create these, like, rebuild these, like, blockbuster hit games. Now, of course, I mean, the original development team of the arcade games were minuscule by today's standards. But they sure had more than, like, 3 people. And, I mean, yeah, of course, it's less work to port the graphics than to do them from scratch, but even so, like... Okay, that looked a little funny. Do we get a moving elevator, is the question. Hell yeah, I mean, look at this shit. Super Nintendo could not have done this. I mean, it didn't, anyway. This is kind of crazy. And, it doesn't really move notably slower, either. Pretty cool. Although it's a little hard to look at. But yeah, this is the same as the Amstrad version. It also had the same... Like, for sure, McCaw, if you think this looks cool, like, you have to check out the Amstrad version. Because it's basically this, but with more color. So it looks more like the arcade. I mean, maybe this comes across as more impressive. Because it is on the Spectrum. But they're both, like, really cool versions. I mean, yeah, like I said, like, they have to be the same, like, code base. It's just, like, they're... the color is, like... Oh, he threw grenades. Shit, he blew himself up. Not when I killed him, but before I killed him, he blew himself up. That was pretty cool. I didn't see that, I think. Oh yeah, this was, like, incredibly peculiar. Like, yeah, the glass, they, like, fly away. Yeah, this is really weird. The hitbox, yeah, the hitboxes were super strange. Yeah. We got a perfect score, though. Somehow. I think the Amstrad version was maybe comparable in terms of speed. I don't remember specifically, really, but I definitely thought it was, like, fully miserable when I first booted it up until I figured out how the grappling works. Because once you start doing pile drivers, like, you can make pretty quick work of these guys. And it's a pretty good time. The Amstrad version, I couldn't really tell you as far as resolution or color because I don't know. I think probably it had lower resolution sprites than this, so it might not have. I wouldn't know well enough what high or low color would mean exactly, but I would say it was maybe. Could it have been 16 colors? Maybe it was 8 colors. I'm not sure. Like, it looked colorful. It had, like, shading on the characters, so it wasn't, like, fully flat looking. So yeah, I would think it's probably low res. Yeah, there was no Shiro in the Amstrad version, so I'm gonna assume he's unfortunately missing here too. I guess we killed all the enemies. Oh. Not just yet. Oh, okay, got knocked down. Yeah, you tend to just, like, kind of get knocked down by stray hits in this version. Dude, I'm... Okay, confused there, because it didn't seem like I did damage, but it definitely... I'm trying to figure out if the headbutt is in this game or not. Can we get some food? See, like, when I walk, I do, like, the headbutt animation, or, like, a tap forward. Ah, shit. Okay, do we continue from where we are? Probably, right? Guess we have to wait until it cycles back to Hagar. There we go. So we're doing pretty well on lives and credits, I gotta say. Like, you can get destroyed pretty quickly. Not quite as quickly as the arcade, I guess, but... But that was our first continue. Maybe we've gotten some extents along the way. I haven't really noticed. But I didn't feel like we died many times either, honestly. I think the game actually refills your health between sections, maybe? I think the Commodore 64 version did. I don't remember if the Amstrad one did. But yeah, frankly, like, I think the... Oh yeah, there might be health here. Knife. Okay. Pizza. There we go. Excellent. I'm not used to, like, having to conserve health or, like, being careful about it at all. Oh. I'm wiggling, like, back and forth to overlap my sprite to initiate the grapple. But if I accidentally press left and right at the same time, this happens. Final Fight Spectrum 1cc attempts. I would say I'd be more keen to do Spectrum Double Dragon 2 speedruns. Because that game is like 6 minutes long or something. This, in comparison, is like 6 hours long. I mean, I think it's perfectly doable, though. Yeah, I mean, if anyone were to put it to the record, I suppose I got some pretty good times on Double Dragon 2. Well, let's see if we can... Oh. There we go. Good old upside down jump. I guess we're getting... Oh, no, more enemies. But I think once the screen has stopped scrolling, it's not going to start scrolling again. So I think these are the last... Like, once we're done with this batch, I think the area is probably done. And then we'll head to the bathroom. Which will be... Well, so the CPC version didn't have the sexy bathroom. But this is like higher res. So maybe... One thing that I'm finding interesting here is that in the Amstrad version, I felt it was more of a concern to kind of split the enemies up so that I could safely do the pile driver. Because the pile driver itself is like invincible. But until you get the jump to come out, you can still be harmed. So let's see if we get our health back. But that hasn't been an issue in this one. Nice, we do get full health. Oh, alright, okay. So yeah, getting a full health refill on every like scene change, especially given that we change scenes like more frequently because of the loading and stuff than in the arcade, means you do end up getting a lot of free health. Which is like a nice, surprisingly generous gesture from like a home computer port of an arcade game. I feel like I always expect them to be like completely ruthless. Like either you don't get to continue or the collision detection is just trash so you can't actually hit anything. Or all of the above. Oh, yeah, so it even continues outdoors here. I'm gonna get some motorcycles soon. Dude, I wonder if this version is gonna change colors for the sunrise. That would be fucking incredible. I mean, I strongly doubt it, but there's some motorcycles. I mean, the CPC version had a different colored sunrise, and it looked kind of neat. I can't remember if there's another transition before the boss. I kind of think there is. We'll find out. Although I guess because it's scrolling so far, that would... Oh, never mind. I was going to say it might imply that there won't be. Because I guess it wouldn't stop scrolling and then start scrolling again, but... Let's fight the enemies while they're here and not try to push the screen forward too far. Given what happened in stage 1. Ah, that's another life. I don't, unfortunately, remember what the Amstrad Belgar fight was like, really. I mean, it was fully absurd in the Amiga version, of course. But I'm gonna guess that the reason I don't remember it is that it wasn't very memorable. It was probably kind of the same as the other boss fights. And that you just kind of wiggle around and do a pile driver. Alright. Oh, we are scrolling. Oh, yeah. No, right. Never mind. Probably another load. Well, actually, I guess the CPC version, we did see the transition from the regular backdrop to the sunrise. So it's not going to like load us into the boss area. There might be a load, yeah, but we're probably going to see the sunrise probably is not going to start at the left edge of the screen. Yeah, exactly. It's funny how the game runs like very slowly, but the timer is like it's like every 2 ticks, every like 2 updates on the game, every 2 frames, the timer goes down by 1. Also, I was actually just hit out of my grab there, so it does work the same way as in the CPC version, but I think there must just be something about maybe the speed or the frame rate, or maybe I'm just that good. I don't know. I'm having less of an issue being hit out of the grapple, at least. Yeah, double-digit lives, just in case. Getting a pretty beefy score here. Nope. The scoring, by the way, definitely not the same. We're not getting a 1 at the end for continuing. I would assume the score values are like completely made up, regardless. Very nice, serene walks in these versions. I think it would be cool, and it would be entirely possible to have like the sunrise. Like I think that would be an appropriate usage of like swapping everything to a different color. But I guess I don't know the technicalities of how it would work. Yeah, as expected. No color change or anything. But it would have been kind of cool. Also, it's a good thing I happen to know that that's a sunrise, because it might not be too discernible in this version. Oh yeah, so I think we got beat up by Abigail for a while when he showed up when we played the other version, just kind of see what he did. And he did have like the command throw and pile drivers and stuff. Of course, the Amiga version is kind of funny because Abigail, for whatever reason, is just a regular enemy. In the Amiga version, there is no Andre Jr., and pretty much there's almost no like variance. Like you have 2P, but you don't have J. You have Slash, but you don't have Axel, etc. So there's no Andre Jr., but you fight Abigail as a regular enemy. But I think he's named Andre. So that had me like a bit confused and curious what would happen when we get to the actual Abigail fight. And it's just kind of missing in the Amiga version. Like there's a few waves of Andres and Abigails, just like regular enemies. And then after you take out those waves, stage just ends. I love that. If they have low health, they will die from you jumping with them. Oh yeah, okay. So same. Well, I must be mixing it up with the C64 version then. Because if it was like this in this version, then I assume it must have been the same in the Amstrad version. I think the Amstrad version had some different signs. I know some versions had different signs in the back. Because definitely the confectionery country of the Nin Nin was not in that. But if it was like a low-res mode, that would probably explain that. No! Well, we're in the final stage here, but we are getting beat up. We might not make it through here. Although, if, you know, if I game over in the final stage, I think we gave it a good run. I mean, in the Super Nintendo version, I could not get past Abigail. But we have the tech for the hidden options menu for when we play Final Fight Guy. So we're gonna give ourselves more lives. Just so we can increase the odds of at least getting to see the entire game. And there's the Shiro Easter egg cheat where you can get more lives and credits, I guess. Which I understood works better / faster in the Guy version anyway. Okay, so I saw the dustbin thing show up, but there's no actual dustbin. Could have used one to get some trash can barbecue or pizza or pineapple or something. But maybe if it ends here. Nope, we gotta fight, I think. Or do we? Nope. Ah, nice. Okay, so we'll get health. Yeah, as you can see, like, this kind of works alright for these low health enemies, but it works when it does, and then when it doesn't, you're just kind of, yeah. So you can kill the low health enemies with just one pile driver. But for bigger dudes like Andre or Bilbo, it's just like takes forever. So pile drivers are the way to go, for sure. Very unfortunate that you cannot actually hit other enemies with the pile driver. It's like that's like a beat 'em up cardinal sin, as far as I'm concerned. Like letting you throw enemies but not throw enemies into other enemies. I can forgive it because everything else is so impressive in this version that I reckon that was a technical limitation somehow. Alright, okay, nice. But as like a design, how you play any of these games and don't realize that that's like such a incredibly fun thing to do, and like deliberately not put that in a game, seems highly suspect to me. All right, we're getting closer. We still have. Oh, that was nice. We have 2 credits. I think we'll probably be able to do it. As long as we don't get like super bad luck, we should have at least 1 more screen transition, which would give us a bit of health. Maybe even 2. The walk cycles are very powerful in this game. Very nice 2-frame walks. Actually, the walking animations are one of my favorite part of the Amiga version too. For some reason, like everyone's walk is animated like twice as fast as it should be. So everyone looks like completely ridiculous when they walk. Come on. No. Shit. I was gonna say, let me get the grab quickly, but the exact opposite. Nice. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Got Andre out of the way. Come on. There we go. Okay, 1 more. I can plane shift. See, he like warps back and forth when he turns around, making it a little tricky, but we got him. It is tense. I like it. Like that's a feeling I had with the Amstrad version too. Like before I figured out how the grappling works, it's like, oh, this is shit. But you do get that like I call it the puzzle solving experience of like trying to thread the needle to position yourself just right to get the grab. Like it is. I mean, it's not exactly what I would call beat 'em up gameplay, or like at least not conventional beat 'em up gameplay. But it is absolutely compelling in its own way. I mean, this is way more fun than the Commodore 64 version, for sure. Because that had like such incredibly whack hit detection and like weird, like you hit a jump kick and there's like a full second of delay before the dude flies away. Kind of the only cool thing about the C64 version is it's like the only version we played. Oh, get good health refill there. It's like the only version we played where Hagar has the suplex and the pile driver. I did not mean to jump there. Ooh, it actually... Wow, it didn't even knock down, though. See, that put me in a very bad spot. So the lariat is actually interesting because you would think it would be good for clearing crowds, but here it's kind of like the opposite because it seems to only ever hit one enemy. But that's actually a blessing in disguise because when you hit one enemy and the other stays standing, of course it didn't do that just now, it gives you a good opportunity to hit the pile driver. Nice. Because you get some breathing room to go grab someone without the other dude hassling you. But yeah, the C64 version actually, as far as how it plays, like, yeah, it was not good. The graphics obviously were the furthest from the arcade in terms of fidelity and how it looks. But the C64 version is like the version that kept most of the little flourishes. You have like animation with the doors opening in the background on stage 1 and on this stage with the elevator doors. It's the only version of all the computer ports where Belger actually goes out the window when you kill him. It had Rolento hopping up on the rail to throw grenades and stuff. Like, there are definitely things like that that were just kind of missing in all these other versions. None of them had like the game over screen or anything, but kind of cool. I do think the C64 version, I think that was the one version where the opening was completely missing, which is, unfortunate. And even the music was okay, but not as good as you would hope from like a C64 rendition of Capcom arcade music. Ooh, can we... I was going to say, do we get one more screen transition before the boss here? I mean, I guess we might, but we also have to take care of these guys, which... I'm asking, or speculating here on account of health refill. But we do still have 2 full credits, so I'm pretty confident that we'll be able to take this. Yeah, there's a lot of very nice, peaceful walks in this game. It's like kind of relaxing. It's very tense, and then you get some relaxing walks. Not bad. I was thinking, I mean, it's like a little late now, but I was like, maybe we should like just play the Mega CD soundtrack to this game. But I don't mind the silence. It's given us the authentic experience here. And it's going to help provide contrast for what the other versions are going to actually be like. Oh, I thought for a second it just wouldn't load, but we weren't done killing enemies just yet. Shalom with Hagar and our thoughts. Indeed. What's up, Sega Zoom? Ah, I'm getting pummeled. Okay. Let's hope I didn't mistime that. Or that the game crashed or anything. Wait, what? Okay. I pressed fire, but it wasn't listening for inputs on that frame, I guess. Oh, boy. Well, we watched the hidden intro in the Amiga version. We talked a bit about some of the other hidden stuff. It was my understanding that the secret endings were not... Well, they are on the disc, I guess, but they're not accessible. But it was linked in chat, and it was brought up, the joke endings and the extreme programmer rant hidden in the game. Ah, shit. Ah, see, now I keep getting punched out of the grab here. I was flashing, but I didn't actually lose the life or get a health refill. That was kind of weird. Okay, so do I get... Nice, okay, I was killed, but I didn't actually die. I just got the iframes without losing a life or the health refilling. But before I got hit again, I actually finished that room, and then I got the full life back. That was pretty sick. I fucking cheated death. Keep doing these accidental sick things in all these games. But yeah, so for those of you who weren't here yesterday or are unfamiliar, like in the Amiga version, there's like joke endings because the ending isn't in the game. Like the arcade ending, I mean, Jessica isn't even in the game. The intro is there, so you see, you know, Hagar taking the phone call and turning on his TV to see that Jessica's there. And it is, in fact, even the Jessica in her bra and not in her dress. There's like an edit that was made in many other versions. But once you finish, like once you button past the attract mode intro sequence, Jessica is never seen or heard from again. Because when you beat Belger, or sorry, Boss, he's not even named Belger in the Amiga version. There's just like a text that says like, "Oh, you have rid the city of evil," or whatever. Like it's a very generic ending text that basically says like, "Oh, you can retire in peace." There's no mention of Jessica at all. But these other joke endings, they're like you know, so where are they now kind of thing. Like for each of the characters, there's like a profile. It's just like life of Hagar, life of Cody, life of Guy, and it just like details how they, when they died and how, in a very bizarre, like absurd British humor kind of way. Which is, I mean, yeah, I could see how that didn't quite make the cut. Although, not that, as if weirder things haven't made it into a final game before. I could be wrong though, but like I said, my understanding is that the data is all there, but you cannot actually access those things normally without some kind of cheating mechanics. But if you go to the cutting room floor, which in case you're not familiar is a very cool website that documents and catalogs like cut or missing or unfinished content in games, and in some cases like regional differences and stuff. It's just like a big old wiki. You can find all that information as well as the text that's hidden somewhere in the code of the game where Richard Applin wrote like fucking 12 pages about, I don't know, about a lot of things. That's a big old rant about the experience of making the game or whatever. And the stage is pretty long, but we got 3 whole lives plus an additional credit, so assuming Belger is kind of on par with the other bosses, I think this should be all right. Yeah, for sure, Atomic Runner. I was not expecting, because we did use cheats for the Amstrad version, I'm pretty sure. Of course, it took like half the game before I was able to figure out how to play it. But I mean, hell, like I said, like any old computer games, especially arcade ports, and I mean, especially given the difficulty of the original game, the idea of being able to play them without trainers and like just do well and beat the game, it's just not something I would expect. All right, here's the window. It's also funny that like we get Roxy instead of Poison in this game. I guess, you know, not having any kind of documentation or anything to go by. Oh, there he is. He shoots grenades? Also, Slash fell out of my pile driver. Did I just pick him up? Oh my god, okay, that was pretty cool. Alright, so he does... I mean, yeah, his chair disappeared, but... Yeah, he just shoots grenades in this version. I'm pretty sure he shot arrows. Oh yeah, right. This was a... Oh, well, it did damage. Right. In the CPC version, once you grab him, you have to do the pile driver super fast, or he will, like, attack you out of it. And he, like, fell out of it, but I still did my little standalone pile driver animation, and he still took damage in the end, so... There we go. Got him. Oh, yeah. Oh. Well done! You have defeated the Mad Gears. Game over. I guess, yeah, we don't need to worry about Jessica in this version either. Well, there we go. Do I type here, or what do I do? Nope, I use a fake joystick to input. I'm gonna guess I don't get... Is there a rub end type situation here? Nope, okay. Press enter, maybe? No. Shit, I could have spelled it out. Oh, well, whatever. I'm not going to look at that title or high score board ever again. So I think we're okay. There you have it. There's the Spectrum port of Final Fight. The opponent, we may never know what happened to Jessica. It's just, they kidnapped her, we beat everyone up, and, that's the end of that, I guess. Yeah, I mean, again, what kind of expectations would you have of a Spectrum port of Final Fight? Would you expect it to be playable from beginning to end? I'm not sure I would. But yeah. I think one playthrough is enough. Yeah, exactly. It sits back in his chair. It's like, wait, hang on. Isn't there something else I was supposed to do? You know, Cody's busy just continuing to punch whoever he can find on the street. Just imagining a prison, various Jessicas that haven't been rescued. Well, yeah, I mean, I think we're starting off on a pretty good foot here anyway. Like, when I did all the testing before Saturday's stream, I was like, well, obviously the Spectrum version is going to be utter shit, and it's just like one color, it runs at 2 FPS, it's unplayable. Maybe some of the other computer ports are also going to be similarly awful, but I mean, the Spectrum's always Spectrum, right? But this is better than the C64 version, for sure. And this, I think, well, I shouldn't speak too soon. I was going to say, I think this is still the weakest version of the ones we're going to be playing today, but I don't know that that's factually true. There's definitely one or two contenders for worst port other than this on today's stream. But we'll definitely, I can say for a fact that it's not the best port either. There's going to be at least 2 or 3 contenders for better ports as well. Desperate for this as a kid, got it, didn't work, which is upsetting as it was my Christmas present. Had to go back and forth between US Gold and the store. Yeah, that's quite the adventure. But I was gonna say, if you ever got to play the game in the end, it must have felt worth it. But I mean, I guess getting the cash back in the end, I think is probably less cathartic. But yeah, it was yeah, I mean, as I said for some of the other versions, if those were what I would have had on hand back then, I think coming to any game like this, you would... Today, it's so easy to be incredibly dismissive. And this is something I brought up a number of times, where a big reason why I still enjoy collecting games is that it's not so much about having a collection, it's not about It's not about completing a collection of anything. It's more so the thrill of the hunt and the level of investment that inherently comes with, you know, the time and effort that it's required to get a copy of a game. Money in some cases too, but that's not even the major factor in a lot of cases for me. And putting that level of investment into it, small as it may be, like it's gonna give you a lot more, how do I put it, like incentive to try and enjoy something, I guess. Because when you have everything at your fingertips, it's so easy to boot something up, and if you're not like willing to be impressed or willing to judge something on its own merit or willing to meet something halfway, it's very easy to look at something for 5 seconds and say, well, this is whatever, and move on. And I think, I mean, that's part of the reason why I do this. Like, if I was doing a Spectrum stream, booting up whatever Spectrum games, I probably wouldn't have given this the time of day the way I did now. And ultimately, I would have come away from it with a less positive impression, I think. So it is definitely like having this kind of context. I mean, the structure of a stream like this to go through these different versions, it helps me make an honest attempt at appreciating games that would, in a lot of cases, be considered difficult to appreciate. And yeah, I mean, as I said many times before too, like a great frustration that I have, and something that I, in whatever limited means I have to do something about it, it frustrates me to no end how any English speaking discourse surrounding old games on the internet is very US centric, and it's very Nintendo centric in a lot of ways, because that's, I was gonna say, because that is the American perspective, but even that's not entirely true, because obviously the Amiga and the micros, all that stuff, like, yeah, that wasn't very popular in America, but DOS gaming obviously definitely was. And that's not really something I mean, it's not like incredibly obscure by any means, but talking like in a very broad sense, the kind of landscape of the history of games in the 80s and 90s, I mean, you have Doom and whatever, but like, it's still ultimately very Nintendo centric a lot of the time, and I think it can be frustrating for sure. Atomic Runner asks, are we going to go through the X68000 version? I've received many questions about, are we going to be playing this game? Are we going to be playing this version? Are we going to be playing this or that? And my answer would essentially be, does it have Final Fight in the title? Is it a Final Fight game? Then the answer is yes. Of course we are. In fact, we will be looking at our last home computer port right now, which is, coincidentally, the Sharp X68000 version of Final Fight. So I shall do a little bit of setup here to see if we can get this game running. See if I can remember how to use this emulator. Actually, let me hook up my arcade stick first. Hope everything is set up. So, people may be unfamiliar. Speaking of having a US-centric, DOS and Nintendo, whatever-centric perspective on old games, people may not be familiar with the Sharp X68000. The Sharp X68000, it's not it's not my area of expertise either, for sure. But it is a Sharp computer, which was, I guess I've heard it compared to the Amiga in some ways. Like, I guess that mostly comes from the 68000 processor. And it was also similar to the Amiga when it launched, like a very high-end computer. The X68000, I think, also debuted in 1985, if I'm not mistaken, which is the same year the Amiga 1000 came out. And compared to other, like, it was, I guess you could consider it kind of a prosumer type of hardware, because it wasn't like a Spectrum, that you bought for 100 quid or whatever. Like, it was a high-end computer, and it was very, very capable. I'm sure McCaw can fill in the details. Trap, maybe. We got some people in chat who are for sure more knowledgeable about the X68000 than I am. I guess, like, it wasn't necessarily, it didn't necessarily have a lot of original games that were like super noteworthy. I don't know. But for sure, like, there were X68000 versions of a lot of games that there were also on other computers and arcade ports and such like that. And yeah, I think what you're mentioning, Seminuskin and the opponent, for sure. Like, people may know of individual games. The Castlevania game, of course, was ported to PlayStation later on as Castlevania Chronicles, and it's a remake of the original Castlevania. It's a really, really cool game, and arguably one of, if not the best, like, classic Castlevania games. And Chorensha, I guess, is like another title that people may have heard. And I will admit, I'm definitely not very knowledgeable myself. But I do know that the X68000 was, my understanding, I should say, I could be, the details may be wrong here, but it's my understanding that the X68000 was essentially the development platform that Capcom used for the CPS1 games, meaning that ports of games like Final Fight were essentially arcade perfect. Not exactly, but as you'll see, it's not far off. Yeah, it does have like high resolution support. Alpha blending sounds pretty damn impressive for a fucking 80s computer. And of course, it's got like expandability, and the audio capabilities are kind of interesting. And that's going to come into play with this version. So let's see if we can get this going here. I remember how I set all this up. Oh yeah, I think we... Wait, how do I... There we go. That looks more correct. Yeah, the device itself looks fucking awesome. Before we load everything up here, let's update this. So this is game number 8. And let's see here. This is the Sharp X68000. This was not developed by Alan Butcher, but to the best of my knowledge, developed internally by Capcom. And it did not use this cover art. So we're going to change the cover art for the first time in forever. To the X68000 box, which did, of course, use the original flyer artwork. Comes with a special CD. Cool writing in the top left, which you can't make out, of course. But let's see if we can't boot up some floppies here. Do we have everything else set up here? I think so. See if I remember how to do this. Nope. State. Nope. Media. Oh, I have to. Oh, whatever. Okay, yeah, the cropping looks weird now, but I think it looks correct once we're in the game. What? Why does it say we don't have a disc in? Maybe we need to have the second disc in also. Oh, yeah, looks like it. I think we're gonna have to change some. I forget. There's some like graphical options to get the resolution and stuff set up. I don't think this is quite set up correctly, but we'll see. It's not very loud, is it? $1989. The year is like a little different to different versions. Slightly different from the Spectrum version. So let's see. 10 credits. Is that going to be enough? Well, there's an easy mode. We'll set to the maximum number of extent. Well, actually, yeah, we'll increase lives here. So I'm trying to remember. Okay, I think this is the mode I set to. The crop is like set up for this, I think. So here's the thing then. As mentioned, the audio capabilities were fine, but not quite on par with the CPS-1, I suppose. So we get this is like pretty much not arcade perfect, but close to it. But you can also, instead of using the internal audio, you can enable the use of the Roland MT32 and get this different soundtrack. So maybe some instruments sound better, maybe some sound a little worse. But I think if we're playing this version, we gotta check out this soundtrack, right? Or like this version, this interpretation. I'm gonna give it a little bit of its own vibe. Let's not spoil that too much. Let me just see. Hopefully, the video is. Again, I set up a bunch of stuff to have it look correct, and then I don't remember exactly how I set it up. So hopefully, once we get into the game, yeah, this looks alright. Yeah, I just want to like listen to the jams. So like, some parts, like little stage intro jingle was like, that sounds a little iffy, but some of it sounds really fucking cool. No bread? Okay, nope, alright. This feels so strange. Coming from all these computer versions. Well, this is also computer versions, but the other computer versions. Oop. Fucking slippery fingers, Hagar. Yeah, the punch sound effect's different. Or headbutt sound effect, I don't know. Alright, Hollywood's gonna... Bring us pain. Got him. It's like actual Final Fight. Yeah, like I said, I mean, it's more or less arcade perfect. I mean, it's running. It's like all the original art, all the original code, I guess, running in like the original resolution. Yeah, it's 60 FPS. I have 2 buttons and they both work. What more could you ask for? Alright. Yeah, I'm sure more accomplished Final Fight scientists would be able to note more differences. But I mean, given what else was available at the time, this is a pretty fucking good port. But I mean, it better be, right? Being able to have access to this version would have been a luxury and privilege. Trying to get some pile drivers in while he has a lot of health when it deals more damage. Avoid getting stomped by him. He's gonna jump. No, for fuck's sake! I tried to throw. I did the throw combo to get the iframes and it didn't work. It's like the fucking curse. I'm never gonna get to clear stage 1 without dying. Every goddamn time. Well, I mean, I suppose, Hazemaker, you would, it would be a matter of semantics, I suppose. What do you think does or does not qualify as a port? I think it's definitely, like... I think it would be strange to not consider it a port. I mean, it's not a port that would be developed the same way an Amiga port, which is like... I mean, I would almost say this is a port. The Amiga version isn't, because it's like a brand new game. But I mean, you're a programmer. I'm not. I'm sure you have, you'll have a different perspective on that. But it's also clearly not completely identical. Oh, shit. Not doing super great here, I feel. But I mean, yeah, this is undeniably a very awesome way to play this game. I bet you could even, whether on hardware or emulator, you could probably get different sounding music as well. I'm very unknowledgeable, very ignorant when it comes to MIDI devices and like MT32s and whatnot. Juggle there at least. But it'd be interesting to see if you could get it to sort of sound even better. No train ambient sound, yeah. I wonder if it's actually any different if you play with the internal music. So we've got through the arcade version in, what, 17 credits? So, given that we have 50 lives, right? We have 5 lives per 10 credits. And we have an increased ability to get extends compared to the arcade. I imagine we should be alright. But yeah, there's definitely... Like, the audio feels slightly... like, thinner, I guess. Like, it's not quite as rich or chunky, the arcade soundtrack. It's kind of cool, and like I said, certain instruments sound like... sound pretty cool. Like, cleaner. Could've gone for some food, but I'll take a diamond. Well, look, I hate to disappoint you, but I don't think that's in the cards. But feel free to... well, never mind. I was gonna say something about coming up with your own Giga stream fanfiction, but maybe I should be careful what I invite on that front. Fucking meaty slides. Oh, dude! How did I not... Dude, I'm getting bullied. Holy shit. Oh, I did... backwards jump is not what I want to do. I can't believe I lost another life. I mean, I can't believe I did after what happened, but... I can't believe I allowed myself to get put in that horrible situation. Well, luckily, it's a good thing we have more extra lives. Yeah, no sound for the train stopping either. Interesting. It's this version of sick. Well, when we play the arcade version, I got killed by an invisible barrel on like the industrial stage, I think. That was traumatizing. So we'll see if... gotta fucking snipe the balls. Gato blew himself up and it gave me an extend. That's nice. Love to see it. No! I pressed the button. Oh my god. My barbecue. Very risky to go for 2 headbutts in a pile driver. Someday I will educate myself on the strat for dodging his fucking run, but today is not that day. I wanted to hear the music, but I didn't want to risk not continuing. Yeah, fucking Macaw simping so hard. Making me miss my barbecue and losing credits left and right. You jump kick, dude. Like, I know that there's... like, you can, like, have him run into the corner. There's something you can do in the corner to make him miss you with this run, and, like, you loop that, and that's how you beat him. But like I said, today is not the day I learned that. I like this music. Is it faster with a 5? I don't know. It's not like it's difficult to complete this in time anyway. Nobody really knows how Sodom works. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that it's...
Oh
well,
my god!
I was gonna say that it's like the most annoying fight in the game, and it's like, well, you have Abigail, and well, you have Belger. I used to think that Eddie E was like really bad, but I think he's like usually gets taken care of pretty quickly. This guy's fucking... They're managing their Z-axis quite impressively here. Dodging those sword attacks. Oh. Could have just jumped. Jump kicks don't work. Good. Nope, more swords. Ah, chicken. Oh no, you don't. Like the Z-axis hitboxes on a lot of games, just great. Are they don't tend to work out in your favor. Very poor clumpage here. I've not been managing the crowds well. Yeah, this scene. Okay, lucky there. I missed the suplex, but. Iframes? Okay. No, what? Fucking off-screen long hoop looping headbutts. This game's fucking ruthless, man. I missed the grab. Ooh! Yeah, fucking Hager's slippery fingers. They're a liability, man. We get the actual cinematic. Hager's turning around back and forth. That was missing in the Super Nintendo version. I was trying to sneak in another pixel to grab him, but of course I should have known that wouldn't work. Is this song supposed to play here? Fucking hell. So close. Yeah, Uncle Andre is like the gray one, right? Father, uncle, and grandfather Andre. So cool that they only show up in that one scene. All right, we got the door break extend. There we go. That's what we need. Air to air. Iframe City. No. Spacing. Not good. Oh, of course. Snipe is well timed by Elgato there. Take care of them both? I think so. Box differences, that's interesting. Alright, we got gum, gives us like 5 pixels, but then we have immediately after the gum, just finish off with some steak. Delicious 2-course meal. Here's Eddie. Let's save the gum. It's 2 hits. That's how it goes. A very filling gum. Thank you, Simons. That actually saved my life. Not even joking. Oh! Thought he was gonna move past me. Yeah, when you get the pre-chewed gum, it's far more healthy for you. Oh, okay, I didn't realize it was that close to death. But that's kind of what I mean. Like, he's kind of cheap when he gets the gun out, but fucking Tom does more damage anyway. Oh, fuck this up, of course. That was extremely bad because I almost had him killed. Let's try Cody for a bit. Now, of course, enemies actually take damage when you respawn in this game. So he had 0 health when I dropped in with Cody. Always found it weird how they treat each enemy type as one person. I don't know, I think that makes sense. Or like, I think you have to imagine like the game as some sort of an abstraction as to what's actually kind of happening. Or, you know, you knock a dude out and then he comes back. I'm not sure. I'm not too fond of this part.
Excellent.
Go. Check my alerts in a second. I can't believe it took that long for me to actually get hit by the fire. Dragon of the Black Pool, thank you for the follow. I like this song, but I will say the instrumentation on this one is a little bit questionable. See, the infinite isn't entirely helpful in this section. It's super fucked up because, yeah, you begin the stage on the sweet spot where the fire won't hurt you, and I like immediately moved away from it. Well, there's our 2 full health items. All right, do we get slowdowns from the barrel? Silky smooth. Capcom upgraded naming conventions, Knights of the Round. Dude, you have that totally backwards. Like, individual character names is like key component to like flavor in beat 'em ups, and it only halfway counts if the names aren't visible on screen. Oh, that's a great start. Oh my god, how badly could I mess this up? I tried to super joy there to take care of poison. Terrible, terrible lumpage. Oh, and I couldn't even throw her because she died. Oh! Okay, I almost let my guard down there. Alright, I did, but I recovered in time, thankfully. No! Fuck. This is like the worst I've done out of any of these versions, I feel like. I did the infinite, but man, I'm struggling with that. Try to jump. target. It's just the super joy for everything, I guess. G Batman disagrees. I don't know. Now I think like for sure, seeing enemy names are like it helps. I mean, just look at the characters in Final Fight are so like memorable and iconic. I mean, look at Streets of Rage as well. Like when they introduced the name tags on screen in the second game, like I felt like it did a lot to make the characters like retroactively kind of more memorable from the first game too. And it always like bugs me when enemies don't have names. And also like a weird bad example is Fighting Force on PS1 and Saturn, DOS, whatever. Where every enemy in the game has like a there's like a pool. There's like a common pool of names, and every enemy has just takes a name from the pool when they spawn, basically. So the names are like pretty bad too. They're all like kind of generic sounding. But not only that, but like they are literally generic in that you can have an enemy named like Crusher. And like, it might be a dude in a suit, or it might be a construction worker, or it might be a biker. Like, any character can have that name. So it's like, yeah, they use names, but they are not associated with the character. So at that point, like, you might as well not bother. For them to being surprisingly cooperative. Oh, well, it was. To a point. There we go. Got him. Hey, what's up, Tonda? D-Rider. I mean, I think they really got it right with this game. Again, like, of all the millions of things that this game just, like, nailed on the first try. Like, they have the, oh, wow. There were a lot fewer paints, actually. Because there's usually, like, thick pile at the end. Because they have, like, there's no... I like that each color and color palette or head swap have their own specific name. Because in Streets of Rage, it's not really like that. It is to a degree, but not always. I like seeing like each character treated as their own character. I mean, you have to suspend your disbelief to a degree, you know, with them coming back, you know, infinite times. But it's still, I still find it preferable to have, like, it's easier for me to suspend my disbelief for that than to, like, enjoy generic enemies with no names. Hastemaker, I have a choice of character. Whenever I game over, I get to pick character. So I picked Cody for a credit, and then I went back to Hagar. I like the way this song sounds. I don't know, like, I think for me, characters is, like, it's kind of the prism through which I, like, enjoy a lot of games. And I think that's a big reason why fighting games are one of my favorite genres, because as far as action games go, fighting games are pretty much unrivaled when it comes to, like, depth of character expression through action. But also, because, I mean, it's different nowadays, of course, but 25 years ago, fighting games were the games in which characters were the most kind of expressive in any way, almost. I mean, not through writing and dialogue, of course, but aesthetically, visually. Hey, it's Shiro. Haven't seen him in a while. How you doing, buddy? Try to do that. Okay, try to focus on this. I didn't mean to jump. Alright. So even these guys, like, they have unique heads and colors. So these are like 3 distinct character designs. You don't just get like generic name variations on the same exact character. I like that. Yeah, even Shiro has a name. Even though you don't see it in the game. But yeah, like, character design and character art is like something that I always gravitate towards, and it's like usually what I care about kind of the most in any game, but also when it's done well, is like can be what attracts me to a game in the first place. And I think names are an important part of that. And I think oh, dude, why did I not get the throw? Not a great spot for me. I shouldn't, like, dodging them like that just does not work. Nope. Mashing too much to wake up, and I accidentally punched, so I got hit anyway. Yeah, we're not doing super well. For some reason, I'm like doing worse here than in the arcade. The whiskey gave me back, I think, about the same amount of life I used for the Super Junior. There we go. Just have to load a little bit. Well, there's 3 barrels per side in the arcade, isn't there? So there's definitely like some small changes here and there. Soft drink. And I feel similarly, like, with fighting games, when, like, some fighting games don't put your character's name on the screen, like at the life bar. And I think that's, it always bothers me a lot. And it's not a matter of, like, me not knowing the character names necessarily. But if I don't know the character's names, like, if I'm playing a game for the first time, it's incredibly frustrating. And like, even if it's, because I remember when, like, Dead or Alive 4 came out, in that game, for whatever reason, the character names aren't visible on the, like, by the life bars. And I get, like, upset and annoyed on behalf of people who played for the first time, because that's experience I've had, like, playing shitty Amiga fighters or whatever, where there's no character names on the screen. Because I'm like, how am I expected to connect with these characters and find one that I like if I can't even fucking figure out what they're called, because the game doesn't tell me. It's really weird. And I think, like, having a little portrait, having a name, is really important for that. And I think it works much the same way for, you know, enemy characters in a game like this. How do they explain if there's multiple of the same character? Well, they don't. And that's where the suspension of disbelief comes in, right? Alright, theme of bathroom. Sports graphics are all intact here. Got full sexy. These horns are somewhat questionable, perhaps, but... Okay, well, maybe something is missing. You guys are the experts. I haven't seen all of it, though. Oh, never mind. No. That's all we got. Freaking gunshot sounds when you headbutt them pretty good. On-screen names, always been huge. Yeah, I mean, it's, like I said, like, it's just... It's... like so much more memorable when you can like, I mean, even like thinking back to my childhood, like talking about like when you know, you may not even have played a game yourself, but you heard someone talk about Scorpion and Sub-Zero or whatever, like identifying with characters, even if it's like not a matter of identifying like with them in terms of like projecting yourself onto them or pretending you are the character or anything like that, but just like not even identifying, but like connecting and relating and even, you know, having an impression of the character and remembering them at all. Like for me, it's like such a fundamental thing that it seems like these guys killing themselves just cracks me up. It seems like such a fundamental, kind of basic, obvious thing that it seems weird to me when people don't get it. When developers don't do it, I suppose. Yeah, unique name logos for characters is pretty cool too. These guys are chaining each other here. That's dangerous. Silent Dragon has score values instead of names. It's pretty good. This part sounds pretty alright. Ishiro's back. Ah! I can see both of them getting ready to destroy me in whatever ways they could. These guys are the fucking worst enemy. Of course I get hit in the recovery frames. No time for chicken. Well, knowing these guys, they can probably delete my health bar before I make it to that half of the screen. Yep. Of course. Jesus fucking Christ, these guys, man. But I am curious. I mean, I'm not very good at this game. But it legitimately feels like I am dying more in this version than I did playing the arcade. I wonder if it's like, if anything is different about how the difficulty is set, like the settings or anything. It's kind of lucky, I suppose. We got, what, like 6 credits left or something. Hopefully be okay, but... thing or two to say about that, though. I was just about to say that, like, this game is a bit of a dick with how it places food items. And so you rarely get food, like, that you can sort of use when you need it. They often, like, give it to you and then force it off the screen before you fight anyone. I'm trying to pick up the pipe, but so much for that, I guess. The flickering of the lens flare feels like it looks a little bit different. I'm not sure. Huh. Look at the transparency around the light post. This doesn't look quite right, does it? Okay. Look at the time. I'm dead. Oh, wow. Okay. Like throwing dudes on Abigail is like the only way to hit him. 6 credits, okay. Which is obviously harder on the Super Nintendo version when there aren't any other dudes on screen, pretty much. Yeah, of course it's got the absurd amount of extra health. So you can jump kick him, but jump kicks do like shit damage. And again, we have 96 seconds, I guess. But, yeah. Dudes are gonna spawn. Roxy. Ah! Iframes. This stage. Jump kicks are gonna work. That's pretty sick. I hit red at least. I think we got him. Yeah. It's a rough fight for sure. Loading. There we go. Confectionery country of the Nin Nin. Oh wow. Okay. There are 2 of them. 4P over there. I feel like this is like the second time in this run I've even managed to like get this kind of thing going. Proper scrolling adjustment. Come on. Well, I mean, nice points here, but sound effects with like when the hit sounds and the knockdown sounds like pile up and stagger like that. It's so satisfying. So fucking good. Oh yeah, the chandeliers were not in they were in the Amiga version, I think. They were definitely in some version we played. Oh. jukes on this guy. Ooh. Okay, that was lucky. Accidental juggle. Works out. It's a little scary when they start backing off like that. Ah, didn't have enough life. I was trying to mash out the Super Joy. I thought it would work, but alas. Oh, oh my god. How did he survive that? Like the... I've said this before, but like when I was a kid, I used to kind of dismiss this game to a degree. I mean, I always liked it, but I used to like Streets of Rage a lot more. And the major reason was the moveset. I mean, especially in the sequels, of course. Streets of Rage 1 is pretty limited. But even in the first game, you have the suplex and the vaulting and all that shit. But especially in 2 and 3, eventually, you have the... you know, all the different moves you can do. And especially with the grappling stuff being more limited in this game. I always thought, I mean, I've always liked, like, sick wrestling moves and shit, so... I always felt that having a limited moveset is kind of... instantly will make a beat 'em up, like, subpar. But I definitely don't feel that way anymore. Because I think it depends on a lot of factors. I was holding diagonal or what? I wasn't getting the throw for some reason. I mean, I guess it's same as anything. Like the moveset doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's all about how the game is designed around it. Now, there's a lot of fun stuff you can do, and I don't mind beat 'em ups having, or even fighting games like having redundant moves. Like, I think it's a positive if everything in your arsenal has a purpose. But even if there are like kind of overlapping moves, just having the ability to vary what kind of attacks you use, I think that is fun. Let's see. Oh, I was trying to get the super jump. Where are we at? 5 credits. Okay, this should be fun. I'll use another 3 credits maybe, but 5 should be enough. I can enjoy a game like the kind of frivolousness of just having a large moveset of goofy, cool things you can do. But I also think I still, like, given the choice, I think it's always best for everything to have a purpose. And I think, again, I'm repeating myself here, but that's one of the things I think Streets of Rage 4 did really well. They kind of expanded a little bit on the moveset from the previous games, but for the most part, most of the changes they made to individual moves and how they work was like creating a purpose for each move. And I thought that was really, really good. In this game, on account of having a simpler moveset, smaller moveset, I should say, means that moves, like, there's no redundancy because there's not enough moves for it. So this game, I mean, it's kind of like, I used to also really dislike games like King of Dragons. Maybe not having played it all that much, but the fact that you don't have the sort of what I would consider typical, but like the final fight combo. Like it's the same thing with the first Tencho Karao, right? Whatever it was called in English. You don't really have combos. You just have kind of individual attacks. I haven't played those games much since, but I've definitely come around on appreciating that those games just aren't really about landing sick combos or whatever. It's all about spacing and timing, and being very careful about where you're at. I've got a decent amount of flickering there. No slowdown still. And I think this game, you know, ends up somewhere kind of in the middle where... Right? No, that doesn't work. Where you do get the chunky, satisfying combo. Is there an item here somewhere? It's not. But it's not about, like... I mean, you still... Like, you have to mix things up a little bit. And within the context of how limited your moveset is, you do make use of all of it, pretty much. Most of it, anyway. And it's like, I think also, even if I'm not, like, aiming for a 1cc, at least, like, playing with the intention of having a credit last as long as I can make it, trying to survive as long as possible. It's, I mean, hell, even just, like, on a fundamental level, being aware of the existence and use of the combo throw, like, it changes this game completely. And it's a very cool mechanic that I think is, like, it's kind of weird that I feel like no one else copied it, really. At least I can't think of many non-Capcom games that have this. I mean, I'm very glad that this game has, like, conventional grappling also, but it's so much fun and it's so cool to be able to grab in that way. Guardians of the Hoop 35 wrestling moves better than Final Fight. I mean, sure, I can believe that. Alright, can I get an extend here? Probably not, but... Someone mentioned the Konami beat-em-ups, and those are also, like, often brought up as, like... very beloved and, like... I think some... Oh boy, I don't have a... I just realized I don't have a fucking, Super Joy. I should maybe not have tried to do a Super Joy. I should have done this. That probably would have worked better. I guess I get to keep my score, though, so... I'm just as close. This life's going great so far. Dude. I'm not sure when I'm ever going to learn that it is simply not possible to mash out a Super Joy if you're, like, punching. And, like, I enjoyed the, I never played any of the Turtles games in the arcades, because arcade games weren't a thing where I grew up. For fuck's sake. But I sure played the NES game, the arcade game on the NES, and the Turtles in Time. And I enjoy those, but, like, playing those games, playing the arcade versions in MAME later on, and playing other Konami games in MAME, I just never, I never liked them. For one, they don't have character names. Or enemy names, I should say. But the basic feel of attacking is so subpar in those games. Like, the weird thing where you can kind of slide around, you can, like, move while attacking. Like, so you both have that thing where you don't have a combo. Like, you know, I said this game kind of ends up somewhere in the middle between something like AVP and King of Dragons, where this game has combos, but it's not, like... It's still pretty... Not slow-paced, perhaps, but, like, very deliberate. And it's a lot about spacing and timing and positioning. And it's less about, like, plowing through crowds. Just, like, cleaning up completely. I mean, you kind of do, but in a, like I said, it's kind of in between. So it's a little bit of a best of two worlds, you could say. And by comparison, I tried to move up, it did not work. I think games like TMNT, they end up being kind of the worst of two worlds, because you have like the combo stuff. You don't have that like deliberate positioning and like timing in that same way. Not to say timing doesn't matter, but like the game doesn't feel like it's built around it the same way. I mean, I'm kind of talking out of my ass, but it's like based on how I feel about it playing those games. But doing combos or attacks or whatever is like also not satisfying, because the way the attacks. Why could I not do super jump? No, whatever. Just do that for now. So yeah, just the overall feel of attacking. Like, maybe a better way of phrasing it is like you have the kind of the individual hits a little bit more like something like the Dragons, but enemies still take like you still have to hit them a bunch as if you got to combo them. But specifically, like, there's no like good chunky sound effects or like hit reactions where you hit enemies in those games. And I think that's almost every Konami beat 'em up has that in common. I think my favorite Konami beat 'em up is definitely Violent Storm, and a big reason for that is that it doesn't have that Konami feeling to it at all. But I think Crime Fighters 2 is also, I'm not sure if I would call it a favorite, but I think it's a game that does well, like the feel of the punching is much better in that game than in TMNT or X-Men or whatever else. Metamorphic Force, I don't know. Simpsons. I think those games are all, like, they all feel very similar, and none of them feel good to me. The X-Men game, too, like, I think it has... Even though I love the X-Men, I grew up reading a lot of Marvel comics, and I played it at the time, I'm sure I would have thought it was super cool. But coming to it later, having played a lot of other beat-em-ups, I just thought it had the Konami issues. I'll take that. But it also has like kind of boring enemies stuff. I don't know. I just don't really care for it that much. I mean, it's like fine, but. And I'm sure again, if I played it in the arcade, if I'd done the 4 or 6 player co-op, like that would have been a cool experience. And I'm sure it still is. I had the opportunity of playing the Ninja Warriors on a deluxe cabinet when I was in Japan. I'm pretty amazed that I could even fit inside that cabinet, but that was like an amazing experience because it's just so cool, the multiple monitors. I mean, I think Ninja Warriors is a cool game, but regardless of how you feel about it as a game, if you ever have the opportunity of playing the arcade version on a deluxe cabinet, like, you should absolutely do it because it's such a unique experience. And I think multiplayer X-Men probably would have been similar, but as a game itself, like, I just don't care too much about it. Yeah, I think it's a good way of putting, like, it doesn't give you that, like, superhero feel. Which is an interesting kind of conundrum, because I don't know if I can think of many superhero beat-em-ups that actually achieve that, really. There are superhero beat-em-ups that are fun and that feel good. Like, Batman Returns on Super Nintendo is another game that I used to not care much for. I've come around on it. I like it a lot more than I used to. I still think it has some non-insignificant issues. But I mean, Batman's Batman, right? Like, Batman is a dude punching dudes, so as long as that feels satisfying, you're covered. I think the hit squad section here is accurate. Yeah, it seems a little light, probably. I mean, enough to kick my ass, but kind of legendary in the arcade, of course. Nat, thank you very much. Good old chandelier barbecue. Yeah, the GBA, I forget, is the GBA X-Men beat 'em up the one with the amazing walk cycles? Or is that like a Game Boy Color game? I always get it confused. Alright, actual Jessica here. Huh. I recognize that scream, but I don't think I've seen or done that, like, hit Jessica and have her scream like that, but whatever. Also, like, we played all these other dank versions that I'm, like, incredibly confused about an actual Belger fight here. Thought it was maybe at the window, but not just yet. Yeah, I think, like, I would say... Oh, okay, cool. There we go. Get a proper ending here? I guess so. Oh, that sounds pretty nice. I think overall, I prefer beat 'em ups where you punch and kick over ones where you use swords and stuff. There are examples of bad feeling punching games and good feeling sword games. But as a whole, and I think that's probably colored by, you know, Final Fight and Streets of Rage feeling awesome, and TMNT feeling less awesome. I mean, X-Men, you punch with most characters, and it feels bad there too, because it feels the same as TMNT attacks. But I would say, like, Golden Axe, for example, I like those games, but mostly for atmosphere. I wouldn't necessarily say that the feel of the combat is what I like about them. But I think we talked about it before. I think when we did some beat 'em up stream, Knights of the Round. I think that's an interesting game. I haven't played it much in recent memory, so if people have, like, grievances with the game, I wouldn't be able to argue. But I think the way the blocking works in that game, and the, like, the turnaround slash, like, I mean, it's kind of like it's a bit like Samurai Showdown in terms of, like, a fighting game that didn't just want to mimic the feel of Street Fighter 2. It has a very deliberate and different feel on account of, like, feeling the weight and the impact of swords. And I think if you apply that same thinking on a beat 'em up, for example, or any, like, action game, I guess, really, like, you want the sword to feel like a sword. And yeah, I think Capcom were generally good at that. I mean, you could look at something like Magic Sword as an example of them not doing that. And I think Magic Sword is an awesome game, but it's also a game that is... I wouldn't describe the combat, or, like, you know, the feel of hitting someone with the sword is, like, completely almost irrelevant in Magic Sword, ironically. Because, you know, you shoot a lot of projectiles, and, like, you never really have a... There's no sense of impact. There's, like, no hit stop, I don't think. So you don't ever feel like you're hitting someone with the sword. You're kind of waving it around and shooting stuff, which I think is fine for that type of game. I don't think the game necessarily suffers from it, because it's a pretty fast-paced game, and it's also more about maybe platforming. I think it's about combat, of course, in the sense that there's a billion enemies you have to dispatch, but it's not about the feel of it's not about the feel of the individual attacks and hits the way a fighting game or beat 'em up kind of by definition is. But I don't think maybe TMNT feels exactly like Magic Sword, but I think TMNT kind of feels more like Magic Sword than it feels like King of Dragons. And I agree that Golden Axe, like, they never quite got that. I think Golden Axe, I prefer how Golden Axe feels over TMNT. But it doesn't have, like, in Revenge of Death Adder, there's like a few moves that sometimes can give you like there's that like unique death animation for certain enemies where you hit them and they like stagger backwards and fall over, which is like really satisfying. So there's like a few bits and pieces there that is really satisfying. But there's no like real chunky hits to the swords in those games for the most part. So if you can get that right, that can be cool. But I feel like it's for me, I guess well-made, nice-feeling, punchy games were more common, and less nice-feeling, swordy games were more common. At least, like, during that window of time when I formed all of my opinions on beat-em-ups. Anyway, this has been the X68000 version of Final Fight. Very, very good port. Enjoyable to get to hear like a slightly different soundtrack, and thank you to Donkale and everyone else in chat who are Final Fight experts, pointing out all the minute differences between this and the arcade. Obviously, it's very close to perfect, but it has enough little bits and pieces that are different for it to be not exactly the exact same. I will be taking a short break. We've been going for a while. We've been live for 3 hours exactly. I'm just realizing. So definitely time for a break. When I return, we will be looking at a few other console versions. We are done with computer ports, but we still have console ports and more. We still have plenty of ground to cover, so we should not dilly-dally too much. But these types of conversations are interesting. You know, I do love beat-em-ups. I always have, and I have a lot of thoughts and opinions, and I'm always interested to hear what you guys think too. Whether it's macaw triggering unrelated rants or whatever it is, you guys you seem to still be sticking around, so not too bad. Anyway, like I said, we're gonna take a short break and return with more Final Fight. See you guys in just a little bit. It's intro. See you. Hey, there we go. I'm not even... No, you can actually hear me. This soundtrack, man, it's pretty fucking good. We're gonna hear more of it eventually, but not just yet. Next up is, finally... Well, I'm not sure if it's something that anybody's been looking forward to, per se. But we are returning to the land of Super Famicom, because we will be playing Final Fight Guy. Hello, Oshawott, what's up? And DJ Beats, hello. Welcome, guys. Got a huge crowd here today actually watching, which is awesome. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this as much as I am, or at least I'm assuming you are. I'm greatly enjoying this. Let me turn on the light there. So we shall do a little bit of setup here. And we will be playing Final Fight Guy. So this, of course, was the make good. I'm not sure if we can call it that exactly, but a second release, which in Japan in 1992, Final Fight Guy was released as a kind of alternate release, alternate version of Final Fight for Super Famicom. That replaced Cody with Guy, because of course Guy was completely missing in the original Super Famicom release. It's kind of weird for this game to come out like 2 years later and ostensibly, based on what you guys are saying, fixed a lot of slowdown issues, but and we'll see. I'm actually intrigued to see what it's like. But you would think that with 2 years they could have figured out or found some ways to like improve the game to the point of like restoring some of that lost content, or maybe even have 3 characters, maybe even 2-player support. But no, none of that. Even weirder, this game did get a North American release, kind of, in 1994. This was released in North America, and it was exclusive to Blockbuster Video, if I'm not mistaken. So it's had kind of this weird limited release, which I'm sure makes the US version highly sought after collectible these days. I would imagine the Japanese version even is probably a lot less common than the original release, because obviously, you know, the original was a launch game, or not launch in Japan, but it was an early release that must have been quite... I would imagine that they printed a lot of it. And I would imagine that Guy was made in significantly smaller numbers. It's a weird and baffling version. That's a good way of summarizing it. We played through the Spectrum version, and it was largely the same as the Amstrad CPC version, which I ended up liking more than I expected. So the Spectrum version was kind of cool. The graphics were impressive for what they are, very like high detail. Low color. In fact, there were only ever 2 colors, yellow and black, or cyan and black. But it played well. It played a lot better than I was expecting it might. Obviously, it doesn't exactly compare to the arcade, but and you know, it didn't necessarily have anything super unique about it, given that the Amstrad version exists as well. But I think both of those are maybe better than you might expect. We were actually able to finish the game. We defeated Belger, and well, I guess we'll never know if we rescue Jessica or not, because she doesn't show up. But we defeated the Mad Gear on default settings. Well, that was pretty satisfying. Now let's let's see here. All right. This appears to not capture this very well. Let me see if... There we go. Well, the audio still sucks balls. Turned down a bit. This is so weird to look at coming off of the X68000 version. Obviously, the screen's gonna have a lot lower resolution, and it looks fine. It's well done, given the Super Nintendo limitations, visually. Oh, that's cool. That's like completely redrawn. It looks nothing like it does in the arcade. That's cool. It's like unique artwork. Yeah, I didn't get to the... Even those sound effects are a bit shit. Yeah, let me fix the stuff here. Game number 9. Well, oh yeah, I guess it isn't even called Final Fight. It is called Final Fight Guy. It's this music. Yeah, so yeah, I was thinking about, like, yeah, I guess they would have rewritten the intro. I only have the Japanese version on hand, so that's the one we're playing. But yeah, they also, the industrial area is also not present in Metro City. Yeah, now it's 1990. On the X68K, it was 1989. And that's so funny, by the way, because in the Amiga, like in the computer versions, it was, I think it said sometime in the 1990s. I assume in the original arcade, it would have said in 1989. Dude, the texts go by pretty fucking fast. Anyway, let's go find Jessica. So the X68000 said 1989, which I assume is just like ported directly from the arcade. And then in the, I assume the original Super Famicom version, they changed it to 1990 because that's when that version came out. So this came out in 1992. And they still say 1990. Let's see. How do I set up my controls there? I don't know why when you set up controls in Mednafen, it's always super like unresponsive and weird. Yeah, that's true. Don't call it like the. I would definitely go for the Japanese versions. It would have been interesting actually to acknowledge and show the American edits for the sake of showing it, and for the intro. But I would definitely prefer to play this version, which I'm sure is why that's the only version I have. Yeah, a lot of people have been saying that this version is an improvement. How major or minor, I guess it remains to be seen. I have been informed, I've been told that this is an improvement, but obviously, I mean, I guess it's specifically slowdowns that would be different, because we can already tell, as you mentioned, the music sounds pretty shit, and the industrial area is still missing, and there's still only 2 characters, but you know. Alright, hold R or L or whatever. Let's hold both. There we go. So it's defaulting to 6 lives here. So weird. You press X or B to toggle. So I'm just gonna crank up the number of lives here, just for the sake of improving our odds of making it to the end. Yeah, that's true. The difficulty setting is actually different here, because in the original Final Fight, there's 2 difficulty settings, difficulty A and B. Difficulty A goes from 1 to 8, I think, and difficulty B goes from 1 to 4. And difficulty B, I guess, is like kind of rank, or like the difficulty ramp, whereas A is like the base difficulty level. I guess I don't know the technical specifics of it, but we will leave it at normal, but with 9 lives, we should hopefully be okay. We'll try the Shiro trick to see if we can get more lives and continues. I think extra joy is just the ability to use a separate button for your super joy. Granting invincibility for a short burst. Maybe it's a different thing, because I want to say that you can't use a different button for it. Otherwise, I could be wrong, but we'll turn it on and maybe we'll figure it out. Maybe we won't. We'll try the different buttons and see if we find something different. I guess what we should do is, because I remember when I played the original, we turned it on and I tried it, and I could do super joys on the A button, but I'm not positive that I tested that you cannot do it with that option disabled. Not sure. So let's just test that real quick. Well, I fucked that up, I guess. How do I reset? I guess I need to press L or L and R. Yeah, so let's turn that off. Let's start a new game. Still no intro here. No round 1. Yeah. B jumps, Y punches, and none of the other buttons do anything. So let's turn it on, because if inputs are gonna start getting eaten, having to only press one button to do Super Joy is gonna be a nice help. Where did the term Super Joy come from? I think that's kind of a debated topic. I feel like there's like part of me wants to play Guy since we're playing his game here, but well, no, it's no, like select. Okay, it just faded out. But Hagar's going to provide a better comparison to the other version we played anyway. Yeah, the door doesn't open. Or hasn't yet, anyway. Already, like, stopping to wait for more enemies to spawn. Huh. Did you guys see that two-piece portrait actually had like more than 2 colors? It's only 1 barrel. Yeah, that's so weird. I mean, it must be because they use like an extra sprite for the mohawk or something. Like most beat-em-ups and other games on Super Nintendo, for like performance reasons, they use like a different layer or mode or whatever to display the UI. So every UI element has a 4-color palette. As you can see, there's like no individual element that uses more. Like the life bar is only 2 colors, the text is all only 2 colors, and the portraits are like 3 colors plus transparency. And that's very common. But for some reason, 2P and J have like extra colors in their portraits. Like I've never noticed that before. Also, I'm fucking getting killed in this room before I even get to the Bill Bowl, so that's quite something. Maybe because I'm, like, busy looking at life bars. Alright, he just casually walks up. Okay, sure. Okay. I pressed the attack button like 3 times in the air, and I still didn't get the pile driver. What? There we go. Alright, that went bad. But luckily we have a lot of lives. Yeah, see, and Jay gets his headband. Whoa, okay, Roxy has a different... Tongue is bright red for some reason. I'm just, like, mesmerized looking at these portraits. Dissonant horns. This is, like... This music is, like... preceding the, infamous Resident Evil Director's Cut basement trumpet nightmare. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's like specifically anything that's like so weird. Like he has the laugh, but having not like you're more used to hearing it in the intro. Also, holy shit! Did I let him trigger an extra? Like my gameplay is like devolving like crazy. No, he just did it way earlier than normal. That was kind of weird. No Hollywoods, no poisons. Very strange. Very different. Whoa. Ooh, this sounds really weird. So yeah, like, maybe it's something to do with a specific type of layer when it's, like, transparent and on top of everything else. Because obviously, like, you can do UI in different ways. But I suppose this is the way you'd want to do it for these types of games. And of course, you know, the lack of color in the portraits isn't... I mean, it looks inferior, but it's hardly a big deal. Seeing a poison with a green life bar just seems wrong somehow. So far, I haven't noticed much slowdown, but I'm not sure that really came into play too much yet. It's really when you start getting barrels and shit, that's when it gets really bad. Andre's skin tone looks kind of weird. So this part right here, it's where we might start seeing some trouble. Slash's portrait's pretty good too. Just a big old nose and a mop of hair. Right, Trap, that makes sense. Yeah, I've seen some interesting things done with that. There was like a I don't know if it was a hack or some kind of mock-up or what, but like someone had done a version of like Super Mario World. That had like, it's like just, I don't remember how it was built. It was built like off or on a Super Mario World ROM or whatever it was, but it was like a version of a Super Mario World level where they had used like the limited color palette in order to have more like parallax layers in the background, which kind of looked a bit weird, but it was a cool effect. Yeah, I feel like having those barrels on... Like, in fact, anytime you destroy a barrel in the original release, just the particles when you destroy a barrel are enough to, like, make the game start choking. So that's definitely an improvement here. still kind of can't get over green life bar poison, rather. But I suppose they would generally increase HP. Oh, okay, we got some slowdown there. Dude, yeah, we definitely got some eaten inputs too. I had to press the button like 4 times to get that suplex out. It's fucking knives, man. I need to get rid of some of these knives. Ah, shit. I was holding right. I don't know why I was throwing the knife to the left. I guess I turned around doing the suplex. I mean, I think it's definitely fair to say that this is an improved version over the original. See the background. I remember the background kind of like black when you stop it. Maybe I'm misremembering. Like, I think my general impression when I played the original Final Fight for Super Nintendo last time was that, like, wow, I didn't realize how bad the port was. The missing content is so conspicuous that, like, you of course notice that. But the slowdown is, well, it's very noticeable, but it's easy to kind of forget about, I suppose, in the, like, just thinking mentally of, like, what that port was like, trying to remember. So, having played the other one very recently, I can definitely tell that this is better. But at the same time, I think this plays the way I remember the other version playing. Oh, no little intro animation there. No crowd animation either. I guess I should just try to time a... Yeah, that's the... Of course. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty good. Maybe the Western release was better optimized. That's possible. Possible. I mean, it sure came in pretty hot. It's so fucking awful. This feels faster. Oh, dude, I just realized the X68000 version didn't have the dude, did it?
Oh my god.
Because I don't remember seeing that. I mean, the Spectrum version definitely didn't. But it's very likely that someone just brought up something that made me go off on a side tangent while that happened. Yeah, okay, he was there, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have... I thought it would have been strange if he was missing. Oh, shit. I'm so greedy, always thinking I can sneak in. Pixel of walking. But, nah. Oh yeah, so in the arcade version, I remember struggling a little bit with the range on combo throw. But in the original Super Nintendo version, it was like super consistent. It's very easy to have it come out. Is there any reason for the bad music? No good reason, but I suspect it's just a matter of, oh, we got a little bit of slowdown there, huh? Oh. Still green health. I mean, I suspect it's mostly a matter of it being such an early game. I don't know. I mean, I assume it must have been Capcom's first Super Famicom game, right? So they probably didn't have... They just hadn't, like, built up a good sample library to work with, I suppose. Because that's just kind of the nature of the Super Nintendo sound hardware, where it's... The quality of the sound is going to be dictated by the samples you're using. For some reason, it's like way harder to get up quicker in this version. I mean, to be frank, I don't think any of the CPS... yeah, no... Oh, it's kind of weird colors. I don't think any of the CPS ports on Super Nintendo sound great. I mean, I guess I don't have, like, all of it sort of committed to memory exactly what it sounds like. I can say for a fact that I don't like the way Street Fighter 2 sounds, at the very, very least. Oh my god! Okay, I guess he's got iframes. Yep, he sure does. And I mean, I don't... I guess, we talked about this previously too, when we talked about, like, audio comparisons and stuff, that I think this is, like, kind of typical bad Super Nintendo audio, which to me is just kind of typical Super Nintendo audio, period. Obviously, it's capable of a lot better, but when I think of stuff that specifically sounds like, oh yeah, this is Super Nintendo, alright, I tend to think of games that sound a lot like this. And the thing is, like, even when you have better samples, like, they need to be very harshly compressed in order to not occupy the entire available ROM space. I mean, there's stuff like Super Adventure Island, which has a Yuzo Koshiro soundtrack, which sounds really cool. And it uses like one 6-second loop for like all of its tracks, and it sounds awesome, but you can tell like it's like repurposing the same audio for all its music. But yeah, I mean, I can certainly believe that this is the worst sounding Capcom game on Super Nintendo. Holy shit, it gives like 60-70% life. Of course, his fucking nightstick takes off 60% life in one hit, but... Wanted to throw a Bilbo, but didn't quite work out. Yeah, I just gotta like intercept him. But yeah, when we talked about it last time, when we played the original version, I think someone brought up Mega Man X, and it's like, oh man, if this game only had Mega Man X's instruments. I mean, they sound a lot better than this. But I always felt the instrumentation was like the weak part of that game's music. It's got good compositions, but they all, to me, sound like they're compromised on account of being kind of stuck on a Super Nintendo cartridge. But yeah, this is definitely especially bad. Like, I don't like the Super Nintendo Street Fighter 2 soundtrack because I prefer the arcade. And both the PC Engine and the Mega Drive, I think, has like just sound hardware that is much more capable of recreating that arcade sound. Okay, so does it not? Okay, all right. This is the first Shiro, right? So nothing will happen if I stand here, right? It's only the second and third dog. The opponent, you're the expert on the Shiro Easter egg here. So I'm expecting that nothing will happen here, but whenever stuff will happen when I'm standing by the dog, is this how I do it? Do I just stand in front of the dog like this, or is it like a super precise pixel positioning? I've never done it before, so I don't remember exactly how you're supposed to do it. So, if anyone's got hot tips on how to do that, I will gladly accept them. Of course, I'm gonna game over here. Hey, we got the extend. Okay. Alright, so how do I know if I'm standing in the right spot? Is it gonna like give me points immediately, or do I have to like stand still for 10 seconds? I think you said something in the first game that you have to stand still for like 60 seconds. Did you give me any kind of hint as to how I'm supposed to be positioned? Because I feel like it's going to be kind of difficult to get by trial and error. Maybe I can just Google it real quick. Let's Google Final Fight SNES dog trick. That's not giving me much. Alright. Cutting Room Floor's got something for us here, it looks like. Picture. Fucking zoom in here. Let me CSI enhance. So I guess something like this. Oh boy, there's like a billion things on this page here. Okay, so okay, I'm not supposed to be... Oh, there we go. We got it. Okay. So I'm like 2 pixels down or so. Okay, figured it out. So we should hopefully be able to know... we do it on the other dogs. Okay, let's see if we can survive that far. Yeah, I know I'm getting scored. That's how I knew that I got the trick to work. If we do the same thing on later dogs, we get lives and credits. It's definitely not a bug. Dude. Barrel standing there, no slowdown. Amazing. The amazing technology of this version. Holy shit, okay. It's gotta be a 1-up, right? Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen that before. It's amazing, like, how many of these versions we've played where I've managed to see something that I've never seen before. Surely that's not in the arcade version, right? I mean, I feel like with conversations about the difficulty of this game, or even just like people who know this game better than I do, dropping in chat while I'm playing, if one-up items were a thing, I feel like someone would have mentioned something. I don't know. Game's hiding a lot of secret for a 30-plus-year-old game. Okay, so question is, if this gives me credit, it's gonna be really fucking hard to know if I'm standing in the exact right spot. And it says, well, I guess the information here is from the original version where it takes 60 seconds. Actually, let me go to Final Fight Guy and see if it has any. It's not like a redirect. Bay Area dog bonuses. It's at 1 credit every 20 seconds. Okay, but the next dog actually gives me health. I guess credits are the least important part because you have several of them. Yeah, the dog stuff is definitely not in the arcade. I'm just curious if there's a chime or something. But the third dog gives you HP, so let's see if we can figure that out. Oh, you're supposed to be able to tell from the animation. Okay, cool. There's an actual visual cue. That's good to know. I mean, it's doubtful we'll make it that far anyway. I mean, we even got an extend. Actually, I think we might get another extend now if we survive. Nope, we did not. I thought it was every 200k. Maybe it's 100 and then every 200, so it's on odds and not evens. So happy. So that's weird. When you press the button, you get a little chime when you pick the character. But if you run out of time, like if the game just starts from time, there's no chime. Also, I totally pressed the wrong button there. Oh, there's some weird stuttering there. The game knew that 3 enemies were about to spawn, so slow it down a bit. Okay, so here's the question. Well, we'll take care of these guys first, but I'm wondering if Hagar simply blocks the entirety of the dog when I'm in the right spot. I'm curious. I don't think the spot is like pixel perfect. So the question is, can I find a spot where I can actually see the dog's animation? Because otherwise this might be tricky to get right. Go, like, come on, pointy finger. I'm quite busy here. So I'm standing too high now. It's like perfectly obscuring. Actually, maybe that is the cue. Yeah, actually. Okay, yeah, there we go. So if the dog, like, stops wagging his tail, then I'm in the right spot. Yeah, because I can even stand over here. Okay, there we go. We got it. You gotta take these barrels before they cause any problems. Oh yeah, we gotta extend it 900k. I love when you get this fucking Dynamite Deca levels of insultingly low HP refills. You get like 3 pixels. You eat Eddie E's gum and you get 70%. Barrels, I'm ready. Alright. Oh, we got the one up. Oh, that was pretty good. Oh, okay. The destruction of the 2 barrels made the 3rd barrel stop render. That's fine. Dynamite Deca, literally the only bad thing about that game. No enemy names. If only it had that, it would be ultimate. It is very, very close to being ultimate as it is, but enemy names. Wow, that would have been the coup de grace. Yeah, I still have barely played the second game. Okay. So, I guess it's 60 seconds. Oh, actually, yeah, 1 credit every 20 seconds. We're definitely in the right spot. So let's see if we hear a sound effect after a little bit. It's kind of hard to hear with the go thing. I think that may have been a sound happening there. We can stay for one more. Yeah, definitely a shot. I mean, like, leaning in closer as if it's going to make it easier to hear, but... Actually, can I still do it? It's probably... I was like thinking, maybe I could have just transitioned to get this music to make it easier to hear. But you get the go sign soon enough anyway. I'm guessing the portrait palettes, it's simply a matter of each portrait being made up probably of four sprites. So 2P and J, they just happen to be split right by their like bandana or forehead. Yeah, because you can tell on if you look at 2P's portrait, right above his like sunglasses, the top part that has the red mohawk has, not only does it have only 2 like beige tones, but the dark color is not even the same as the darkest color on the lower half of his face. So it's clearly 2 different color palettes on like split exactly down the middle. So I'm sure it's the same thing for Jay. Sorry, I wanted to pause to see it, but there we go. Yeah, because you get 2 tones for the bandana and just the 1 yellow for the hair. It's actually cool because I think they did a really good job of maximizing what they could get out of these like monochromatic portraits. I feel like it's unusual. It's funny because I pointed it out, the fact that they are like these monochrome portraits, because that's like so common in these games. And obviously this would have been the first example, being like such an early game. And it's cool that, like, despite being such an early example, they kind of did more than many developers did in terms of trying to sort of work around that palette limitation. Get a hat. Ooh, I think actually... Yeah, there we go. Look at my life. Yeah, I was gonna say this is the dog that gives health, so I should make sure to do it before I die. And there we go. Saved my life. Such a pal, Shiro. Full health, just like that. These guys are somewhat less threatening when they're not in other crowds of enemies. But of course, as soon as there's a fire breaking out, the game's gonna slow down, so there is that. So Shiro was like, I forget the specifics, but Shiro was like voted, I think it was like a Gamest poll of like character popularity in like arcade games, and Shiro was like voted into the top 10 or something of 1989. So I wonder, like, I imagine that this little bonus feature being added to this version of the game was like somehow in response to that. Like, if not to that poll specifically, at least to the idea of that little dog seemingly striking a chord with arcade players in Japan. That is, of course, lore that I... Okay? Kind of just made up, but... speculative lore. Do Elgatos drop in from the sky in the arcade? They probably do, and it's just more... stands out more here because we've got fewer enemies. Nice. Wasn't standing in the right spot even. Well, this part fucking wrecked me in the last version, so it stands to reason that it would wreck me here too. Just don't scroll the screen. Alright. So this should give me 1 life every 30 seconds. So I'm trying to think here. I'm trying to like strategize for when we get to the final stage. Because this might be a bit of a waste. If we lose like 4 lives against Abigail, I might want to like game over early on the final stage to have the highest chance of having a lot of lives. But I might need 9 lives to kill Abigail, so better safe than sorry. We got 1 life there. I think we can only get 1 more. Because I think 9 is the max, except it displays at 8 as 8. I guess maybe you could. It says here, disabled at 9 lives, which it's a little ambiguous, I suppose, whether 9 means we see the letter 9, or the number 9, or whether this counts as 9, but... I guess it would make more sense for the counter to be able to reach 9. I'm not keeping track of the timer to see when that will happen, but we'll give it a couple seconds. We're not exactly in a hurry, so... The timer is quite generous. It's like the opposite from the Spectrum timer, which goes down 3 times in a second. There we go. Funny, there's no 1-up chime when that happens. Barrels are already freaking out. But yeah, I mean, I was honestly, I was not expecting this version to be this improved in terms of playability. Not that I doubted people saying that was the case. I'm just like kind of surprised / impressed, given that I've played this before and I had no recollection of that being such a thing. But I mean, I'm sure I never played the two versions back to back or as close to each other as I have now. Hitboxes. Alright, we're getting close to the boss. The transparency for the foreground light posts is correct in this version. But also, aren't they way bigger compared to the screen or the characters than in the other version? I feel like they are. Oh, no flickering sunset. Which one has the best Shiro? I mean, this version of Shiro gives us credits and health and lives and stuff. That's pretty hard to top. Oh, I could have definitely kept that on screen. Oh well. Do you get points for food? I think so. Well, we got the way outside. It's fucking hard to get the headbutts. Wow. I'm alive? Yeah. Not for long. I like that Abigail's health bar is like fucking deep purple. Mention his command grab though. Oh, and I couldn't even grab him there. Okay, that was fucked up, but... Dude, he fucking grabs me out of mid-air. How the fuck are you supposed to even fight this dude? Did he seriously get iframes after I dropped him? I guess you do that. Because you definitely can't punch him when he's not running. Okay, doesn't have that much health left. Damn, fucking jump kicking. Alright, please, start your run. Yep, fuck that up. There we go. Hey, we got an extend. We made it. Or PB. Yeah, Abigail is just absurd. It's awful. The hitbox is like fucked in almost every version of this, I feel like. Our legs just disappeared. What the heck? I thought for sure that was the last part, but... Yeah, he just... Wow, there's like no confectionery country of Nin Nin. There's fucking no signage at all. It feels so plain and bland. Yeah, I was like, oh, was it even like this in the other version? And then I remembered we didn't even see this in the other version because I couldn't beat Abigail. I gotta use headbutts more. They actually do sick damage. Oh, is that maybe a continue? It's invincibility. Wow, okay. Yeah, it lasted for about 5 seconds. I kind of want to find those art assets and rip them or something. Those little Hagar and Jessica icons are pretty cute. I wonder if there's Guy and Cody ones too. Well, I guess Cody wouldn't be in this one, but... Yeah, I know for sure that they wouldn't be in the arcade one. I just don't recall ever seeing them in these versions either. It's possible that both items were just added for the Guy version. I'm not sure. I'll take that chicken, thank you. Keep getting extends. Maybe this could work. Keep getting extends and don't keep getting Hollywoods. Speaking of which, whoa! Did I just mash out of his grab? I don't think I knew that was a thing. No elevator transition. Forget floor chicken, that was chandelier chicken. It doesn't get any more high class than that. Try to lariat. Facing that wasn't good there. It's always a bit dicey when they're kind of outside the screen. I didn't even notice that before. I noticed that Poison and Roxy had different color palettes because their hair color is in the portrait, but I didn't. They actually have different icons. That's kind of crazy. That's true. I didn't even think about that so much. Like, the industrial area isn't in the game, but we get the song here. But limousine chicken? Nah, see, anyone can rent the limo. Chandelier, you know, that's... That takes some serious cash. That's not even a matter of cash, it's just a matter of lifestyle. Even have room for chandelier, let alone chandelier chickens. That's only in Uptown, baby. Alright, I was trying to punch those out of the air. It didn't go great, but technically still alive. Some Bilbols or some Andores or something here. Nope. Not at all. Fucking footsies. Bottom. Ah, yeah. You can't even see where any of this shit is. Still, given the limitations of everything, like the fact that you can't really... Oh, that was a really needless death. The fact that the Hollywoods can't really appear alongside anyone else. Oh yeah, there is a gold bar there, yeah. I knew there was something. They're still incorporated, like, fairly seamlessly, I think. Like, it doesn't feel like the game completely stops. I mean, it kind of does, but it doesn't necessarily feel that way. So, you know, I think they've done pretty well. Alright. Get that out of the way. It's so scary, like, in this game when you're at, like, 60% health and you're still not sure if you can afford to, like, save the full health item. Like, can I afford to take a single hit? Like, I could die the next time I'm touched, you know? But that's Final Fight. That intensity, that high pressure, it's part of the experience. It's like stopped scrolling, so I'm confused there. Alright, we got a nice view here. More barrels. Yeah, it's funny because like the like low level mooks will sometimes like jab you for literally a pixel of health, and then sometimes they'll do it for like 30% damage. Oh yeah, that was the next time. Ugh. Yeah, I mean the slowdown is like mostly isolated to the barrel sections where not that much else is happening. So it's not too bad in the grand scheme of things. Nice. Quality clumpage. They just pile up exactly the way I want them. Perfect. Yeah, I'm sure the damage changes. But I'm not sure it's quite that simple. I think there's a degree of, I shouldn't call it randomness, but variance. But which stage you're on probably is a factor. I would guess that would be the case. Like, it's so hard to, like, condition yourself to accept using lariats off every single touch, but, like, there's really no reason not, because there's... Like, using the special move is pretty much the equivalent to those, like, 2-pixel jabs. And the vast majority of enemy attacks are gonna damage you a lot more. How did I grab him there? That was really strange. There must have been a weird delay, like, combo throw, because I was definitely not in grab range. But yeah, the combo throw is, like, really good in this version. It's, like, better than in the arcade. Like, the range and consistency is better. Like Hagar or Kratos. Courtesy of the fucking 7 o'clock laser beam. I guess it's 7 o'clock. Wow, it's even 7:30. That gives us some point. Yeah, we got it. We got games to get through here. Ah! I like that he prepared for his slide for like 3 full seconds there. We got him. No, we're not done. Dynamite, I'm in Sweden. Ugh. 2 lives. Well, 3, I guess. It's not gonna be enough to... We're gonna have, like, redo this entire stage. I guess we'll get one more extend, most likely. Well, there's a bunch of points here. Is there only 1 item? I thought it was more than 1 item. You can get kind of lucky with Belger. It's actually kind of tense. I mean, I have to continue, so we'll beat it eventually, but there's the extend. I think one more extend seems unlikely. But the points will carry over. So even if I can't make use of it at this credit, anything that will help me get more extends on the next credit, probably not the worst. Barrels. There really is only one item, huh? Ah. Ooh, that was a food item. Actually, it was a pretty good time to use it, frankly. Extended range of the pile driver. Couldn't there have been a group of barrels in there somewhere? Maybe not. Chandelier chicken. Actually, that second extend isn't as ridiculous as I thought. Yeah, because we're halfway there already. More than halfway to another death, though. Oh, items here. Okay. Bandolier. Belger. Yep, okay. Jump! Alright. It's got a lot of fucking health, though. Dude, I was trying to jump. Okay. Did he fucking block that with his chest? I feel like green health. Rip Hagar, or Andre. Oh, dude. Could that have been any closer? Well, I wasn't expecting to get anywhere near that far on that credit, to be honest, so... And that was still, like... Getting that many hits that way on him, like... The way I could, like... Stand right next to him... and have him just stand there, kind of waiting out his iframes. That was kind of interesting. I mean, you could call it unlucky, but I think I spent the last 2/3 of that fight living on borrowed time. Like, I really had no business surviving that long, frankly. Oh, let's do that again. But I got here on what, like 4 lives or something? The fact that I could get through the entire level on that is means it's not so bad. But man, like this is beating this on default settings is definitely no joke. Like the fact that continuing resets the stage is a pretty rough bump in difficulty for these last 2 stages. Just about to extend here. There we go. Ooh. It's kind of weird. I'll take that trade, I guess. Nope. Tried to jump, didn't come out for some reason. No health refills on screen transitions in this version, unfortunately. Would have been nice to get full health here, but I can get the industrial trumpets. Yeah, spreading them out like that is probably not a good idea. Dude, like, just doing that fucking vacuum grab, like getting the combo grab in like max range is so extremely satisfying. I will say that, like, this version plays well. And the fact that the combo grab is easier to do makes it, like, even more satisfying. Dude, why is it so fucking hard to get up quickly in this version? Dude, I'm like mashing every direction and button. There must be like some different technique to doing it in this version. I don't get it. I got hit by it like once in any of the other versions. Well, the ones that actually play like the real game. Any of the versions where Andre can jump on you, which it's not most of the computer ports. Like the arcade X68000. But I will say for sure, like, I really was not expecting this version to be so notably better in terms of slowdown than the original. Like, it really is a meaningful difference. Like, the other version feels bad, this version feels fine. Now, I mean, you can get up faster. You can tell, like you can see him. It doesn't look quite the same, but you can get up fast. I did it like once, but it's I don't know. It's different, so it's a little weird. I didn't get the dropkick to come out for some reason there. Just inputs do get eaten. It happens. Yeah, Cody's just. I mean, Guy is the faster character, right? He's so nimble. The game just runs faster. Definitely. I wanted to like scroll the screen ahead because I wanted to see if there's like more items here that you can only get if you're like over here. Nah, I guess there's only the gold bar. I was thinking maybe there was like a hidden healing item further to the right or something. Definitely a bit weird that there's no unique music for the final stage. Well, I mean, forget the boss. I mean, there should definitely be boss music, but there is this entire stage is all like reused tracks. It's strange. But I don't think of I think it would be cooler. I think you could have improved the atmosphere if there were like boss themes. But the boss battles are kind of special in this game still because the bosses are so mechanically kind of unique or distinct at least. So it kind of in a way feels appropriate that there's no generic boss theme that plays during all the boss fights. The fights are also different. And I mean, I guess Sodom essentially has its own theme because it's the music that plays in the arena, where the only thing you do is fight him. And I always think of the elevator theme as Rolento's theme, even though, of course, it plays throughout the entire elevator section before he shows up. I just think of it as his music preceding him. Get rid of some of these knives. That's what I was waiting for, but he waited just a little bit too late for me to effectively deal with that. So fucking goofy that there's like a hammer. Like some of the items in this game are so funny. Like you get a diamond and a ring and a necklace and a gold bar. It's like a hat and a hammer. Like, I think if you had, like, it's definitely a thing in some games, I feel like, if you have, like, a main theme, like in Streets of Rage, right? The final stage in Streets of Rage 1 is kind of like the, it's like the opening, there's like, the music is kind of like the theme, the opening theme of the game. Same in Golden Axe 2. It's one of the songs that plays, I can't remember, I don't think it's the final stage, but it plays later on in the game. It has the same, like, marching drums as the intro. And I think if you establish some kind of a, like, leitmotif, that could be a cool thing. But instead in this game, the final stage music is just some kind of a medley of, like, various tracks from the game. I think this is one of the weaker tracks in the game. No, yeah. In early in this stage, there's a Jessica item, which makes you invincible. For like 3 seconds. Dude, when you're punching someone, and then you get the combo suplex, grabbing the person behind them, that's just like ultimate satisfaction. Ah! I was mashing the button like he was walking downwards, so the like it wasn't like I was in recovery frames or something, but the punches just didn't come out. Probably a little bit lucky with that jump there. Dude, we're not doing super great on lives here. We got at least an extend here. Oh, that was food. But like, we're not doing that much better on lives compared to last attempt. So if I have a worse Belger fight, that could be a problem. Yeah, the final fight stage in Street Fighter Cross Tekken was really sick. And like all of the Cross Tekken stages when they were ported to Street Fighter 4, fuck, that was pizza. They all got worse music. They got worse music, and they also removed like the round transitions. Yeah, I handled the items quite poorly here. Like, I picked up food items, what I was at pretty high health. That was not a bad food item, though. There. Wow, she got the kick in. Well, that could have gone a lot worse. I didn't get stomped once. So there should be a chandelier chicken up here, right? Look at that quick. Oh, dude, I didn't realize Andre was that close to death. Could have taken care of him sooner. Here. Okay, 5 lives. And possibly extend here somewhere. Satisfying dropkick. You don't want to land those, like, stray hits. Yeah, that's what you want. Yeah. There's not much I could do there. Arrow's definitely, doing a number on the Super Nintendo processor here. Nice. I'm getting a lot of suplexes in on Pelliger here. Nice, he shot under it. Wow, okay. We're actually doing better than last time even. Well, we were. I was gonna say, we should be able to lariat if nothing else. We got it. That's so funny. He doesn't even, we don't even see him fall down. He just goes out the window and round 5 clear. Did we even get him falling down? Oh, yeah, there we go. Just slight delay. Oh yeah, we don't see the 3 of them, of course, because Cody's not, he doesn't exist in this universe. It's funny, this song even has, like, almost sounds more like closer to the CPS music than anything else. Just get Guy. Yeah, the whole pacing, like, I feel like we should have... It's so weird, I don't know why they changed that, because there's no, like... It's not like they needed to put, It's not like they needed to put Guy or Cody and Guy there, or even if we did do it the same way, just fucking don't put Cody there. Like, have it be like in the arcade. As soon as he goes out the window, we follow, you know, we see Belger fall to his death. Then you cut back to the room. And then you get the round clear. Let's challenge the other mode. Hey. That's cute. I'm assuming they were... Actually... yeah, never mind. I was gonna say, I'm assuming they mean we can go harder, because there's... It's funny, the game doesn't tell you, but I guess in the manual it does tell you that you can access this hidden option menu by pressing L. Okay. Oh yeah, that was the high score table. That was not the title screen. This was the title screen. So that was normal with maximum amount of lives. This game's pretty fucking hard. I need guy emote. Man, there's like too many emotes. I added a few that I don't currently have active right now. I mean, we've seen people use them. We got the new Commodore 64 Hagar. We got the Pile Driver. Got a cute little poison too. We'll see how permanent these are, but yeah, I wanted to see like I said, I wanted to rip the graphics of the tiny little the 1-up Hagar icon and the little Jessica icon. Those were pretty cool. Let's see here. Nerd Revenge. We just finished. This was Final Fight Guy, as you may have seen. Well, you may see it here also. We're still working our way through the various versions of Final Fight 1 in a rough chronological order. And I think I saw someone ask, getting lost in chat here. Oh yeah, Dubdeuce Dalton asks, Maki Time. Maki Time is coming, but not today, because we still have 1, 2, 3, 4 versions of Final Fight 1 to get through before we can move on from Final Fight 2. The poison, I assume you mean the emote itself. It's from SNK vs. Capcom Card Fighter Clash. It doesn't like scale super well. It looks a bit messy, but I just wanted to throw together... It bugged me that I had unused follower emote slots, so I needed to throw together something thematically appropriate for our current ongoing endeavor. So this was Final Fight Guy in 1992. Next up will be the last of the kind of contemporary, sort of kinda, even though it was already several years past the arcade game, but the last of the contemporary console releases, which, in case you have any sort of knowledge, you would know, of course, that it is Final Fight CD for the Sega Mega CD. I'm trying to just think real quick. Each playthrough is like taking a while here, and I should probably take a bathroom break. And I think I should do it now and not have to break in the middle of the game. So I'm just gonna step away for like 2 minutes, and we shall continue with Final Fight CD momentarily. See you guys in just a little bit. All right. Oh yeah, let me fix the thing here. Should we work? All right, let's pause these jams. Why am I still having trouble with this? Messing with some RetroTink settings here. We will be, of course, there we go, be playing on real hardware. As soon as I can fucking get the video feed to come through properly on my monitor. Okay, I think we're good. So, I'll be updating the game info as we get started. Let's see here. And we're going to be playing Final Fight CD, and we are actually going to be playing using a hack that was created by, I think it was Pyron. He does a lot of these kind of minor hacks for a lot of Mega Drive games, updating and fixing colors. And this one changes a lot of color palettes around to basically make it look a lot closer to the arcade. And I played through this version of this game, but never with this hack, so I'm curious to see what it looks like. Although, it's not like I played Final Fight CD yesterday, so I wouldn't exactly know. But we'll play with that hack because it'll basically provide a better experience. But after we beat it, we'll take a look at the original version without the hack. Because we're going to need to do that to see the English intro, which we definitely want to see anyway. So we can get like a quick comparison. But we will be playing, there we go, the color enhanced version. And the attract, I mean, this is an amazing port. It's definitely imperfect in a lot of ways. But it's got a lot of cool shit. So let me fix.
Metro City ここには平和も秩序もない。あるのは暴力と死だけだ。市長マイク・ハガーはシティを正義ある街にするため
unique
巨
art.
大な暴力集団マッドギアに徹底的な攻撃を加えた。だが彼を待っていたのは最も卑劣な報復。
1992 11/4.
1900
Timeline keeps being updated.
私だマイク・ハガーだ
市長さんよ初めてお耳にかかるなおっと切ると後悔するぜ
Now, this was released in all regions.
何ジェシカに何をした貴様は誰だ
ああ焦るねそこにあるテレビをつけてみれば
He's a little more emotional here than in the English version.
貴様
あんたはやりすぎた街は今まで通り俺たちマッドギアの好きにさせてもらうぜこれ以上
Excellent.
介入させるならジェシカの命はないと思いな
Thank you very much for that follow, Morphogenic Boy. Welcome, welcome. Capcom logo in the middle of the intro. So good.
何ジェシカがさらわれたのジェシカ幼なじみだ
So sick. You get fucking full facial
俺
animation.
がぶっ潰してやるぜなんと卑怯
Guy looks super different here, too.
拙者も助太刀いたす待ってろジェシカ
That's so cool. Like, the whole intro is so fucking sick in this version.
ファイナルファイト EH
by Pyron. Final fight! Dude, I'm like, oh, I'm so fucking jazzed that like everything about all that shit is so cool in this version. It does definitely have some shortcomings. It's definitely far from perfect. But you'll see, you know, let's see. So we have 5 credits, right? I think we should probably, in the interest of I look, there's Mania in this version. I think the Final Fight Guy had normal, hard, expert, but here it's Mania. We'll go normal, but I'm trying to think here. Well, I think I think the continue works like in the arcade in this, so we shouldn't have to replay any levels, but hopefully we'll be able to get through it. If we game over, then I guess we will then we'll play the American version on easy mode and see if we can beat that, so we can get to see the full game at least. But if I beat the Japanese version, I won't necessarily play through the American one. Yeah, this soundtrack, I mean, if you've been watching these streams, then you've heard a lot of this soundtrack already, but it is it's wall-to-wall bangers, and it fits the game super well. I think I'll do best with. I'm curious to try. Actually, we can play with Cody in the other version. I was gonna say I think I do best with Hagar. But I would like to mix it up and see the other characters a little bit. But because I'm anxious about my ability to complete the game, I think we gotta go with what I think will give me the best chances of success. Yeah, there's some kind of a time attack mode, which I don't really know what it entails. But we'll probably, I guess we'll take a look at that in the US version. Intro. So yeah, obviously the color count, reduced color count is immediately obvious. But we get the full little intro there. Oh, the music like sets the mood so well. Well, like I said, Sanuj, I'm more concerned with my ability to complete the game firsthand, and then we can look at some of the other aspects later, maybe. The door animation. Like, so much shit that's, like, missing in the Super Nintendo version. But I think, like, even compared to the X68000 version, now, of course, I mean, that one is a lot more arcade perfect than this. But between the time attack mode, the CD soundtrack, like, there's an argument to be made, not necessarily that this is the better version, but it at least has, like, unique aspects going for it that it is not made redundant by other versions. I love, like, this opening music is so fucking... I mean, the entire soundtrack is so good. But the way they remade that song fits so well for, like, the opening. So, you may notice when I'm using weapons that it looks completely jacked. That's just unfortunately what it's gonna be like in this version when you use weapons. And I guess when you throw dudes, too. It's got some weird jank like that, but it feels nice and smooth, and it sounds really good. You know what? I increased the volume a little bit on my end here. This music's so good. We have, like, portraits with more colors. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of imperfections and differences that are more or less noticeable. But even, like, on a super duper casual level, like, this just looks so weird. It's a little bit of an eyesore, frankly. And it's like the one thing I remember from when I first played this that I kind of like, that's not great, is it? You know? colors of the boss life bars are a little weird. Actually successfully avoided damned for the first time. Get a lot more accurate enemy waves for the reinforcements. Oh, come on. Alright, there's the extend. Nice. Fucking finally. I got the no miss stage 1. It's kind of weird the map is like off screen. I guess we are like the whole view, like everything is kind of a little bit zoomed in, I guess. Elton, what's up? We're going to be playing every Final Fight game sooner or later, but today we're going to be focusing on different ports of the original game. Screen shake is a bit intense here. There's a little bit of slowdown there. The way they bounce off the floor when you suplex them is a bit different too, isn't it? They bounce very high off the floor. They're doing the fucking Scott Hall styling. Okay, I survived a little bit longer than I expected there. I got a little flustered, but... the range on that stab, though. Oh, come on. Why did that not hit? Hey, they even walk into the... like, little transitions there. But you kind of, you know, you appreciate them when they're there. Some of them can be cut out without it feeling too weird, but when they're back again, it's like, oh yeah, shit, you're supposed to see the characters, like, walk through the doorway, right? Wonder if there's like... okay. I wonder if there's like good strats for like optimizing which attacks to do for points. Come on! Fuck's sake. Just waiting for there to be a barrel. I've definitely not quite memorized the layouts here. Oh, there it is. Grapes. Okay, I'll take it. Coke. Soft drink. Non-specific, non-branded soft drink. Dude, is it just me or does Hollywood have, like, massive extended range on his stabs in this version? Yeah, Streets of Rage DLC coming out. I'll be fully focused on this, I'm sure. But I am looking forward to it for sure. Definitely grabbing it. In fact, I bought the Steam version in the sale in preparation for the Mr. X Nightmare expansion. I've been playing it on Game Pass, but I figured... fucking just grab it. Well, I'll try to grab it. There we go. Like, I kind of would prefer not to buy... like, if I'm gonna buy DLC, rather, I want to, like, own the game. Dude, I was... trying to headbutt him, but... okay. That could frankly have gotten a lot worse. Could have gotten a lot worse. What's up, Pixel Brump? Morphogenic Boy, the graphics being superior, I think it does. I think it depends a little bit on what metric you're using. Dude, oh, for fuck's sake. Didn't get the jump kick. This version, we are playing a ROM hack. Oh, there's life right there. I guess I might still need it, who knows. We're playing using a ROM hack that changes some of the colors to make it a little closer to the arcade compared to the original release. But obviously you're still limited to the size of the color palette. I think this version, it has higher resolution, for sure, than the Super Nintendo version. So the graphics are a little more detailed. Oh my god, I actually dodged him. And there's a lot of little flourishes, like in the scene transitions and stuff like that, that's just like missing in the Super Nintendo version. So as far as like presentation, I think it's not unfair to say that this version is like superior on the whole. My iframe's, yeah, my iframe's gonna run out. Dude, I was, oh, fucking hell, I tried to do the super joint. Fuck, I didn't want to lose another life. Yeah, I definitely fucked that up by letting him rush me the one time. I could have done that. One less death, but oh well. I mean, feature gameplay, like, yes, it's like, as far as which port is better, this is, like, no question, this is better than the Super Nintendo version. In either Super Nintendo version. It has all characters, all stages, 2-player support. Okay. No hit sparks, that's kind of weird. The soundtrack is awesome. Like I said, a lot of those little visual touches and flourishes, the extended intro. But strictly, like, talking about the graphics.
Oh my god!
I think the graphics are, like, literally the one area where the argument could be made that the Super Nintendo version has the upper hand. I don't think it's as clear-cut as that, because there's a lot of things that go into it, but it kind of looks closer to the arcade in some ways with the, the smoother colors and stuff. Sweet Vision, the characters were only changed in the English versions. Sodom in particular was only changed in the English Super Nintendo version. But this version, this game also, the CD version also has some changes in the English language version, but not that changed in particular. So that's fine. So in the American and European Super Nintendo versions, yeah, this looks a lot better. I mean, this looks rough, but in the original version, I remember this section looking very rough. Could have kept that chicken. So yeah, in the Super Nintendo version, for the English release, Poison and Roxy were replaced with Billy and Sid. And in the American CD version, Poison and Roxy are still present, but their shirts are like longer, and their shorts are longer too. Which is just like a little bit more covered up. Okay, I meant to do a super joy, but that worked out, I guess. Alright, are we gonna get kidnapped properly here? Of course we are. Different color palette, Andre, even. And we're turning around. The iframes aren't completely fucked, like they were on Super Nintendo. And the color palettes are correct, too, for the characters. That one. Fine, no sweat. It was the best song in the game for like 2 seconds. Hey, there we go. Good song again. Whoa! How did that miss? How did I not grab there? Okay, that was scary. No, I didn't mean to pick that up. But I got an extend. Her life. This is intense. Okay, we got a 2-pixel whiskey and a steak. We survived. Let's keep it simple. Alright. Eddie E, what you got for us? It's nightstick fucking outranges. Alright. Not quite as much health from the gum, but I'll take it. Frames, of course. Okay. Nice. Nice. Got him. Would have been nice to not get killed there, but one death on Eddie can't be considered too bad. Okay, so I'm standing all the way up here. This looks really nice, by the way. A lot of dithering, sure, but I don't know that I trust that I'm starting on a sweet spot. No, I sure wasn't. You start way lower on the belt in the arcade version. Ah, quality slowdowns here. I would say on the whole, I definitely like this soundtrack better than the arcade soundtrack. The dude I was carrying started burning. Yeah, this section's gonna sap a lot of lives, I think. All Driver seems like a good choice just to stay off the floor for longer. Fuck's sake. No barrels there. Barrels here though. Steak and a chicken. Yes, thank you. I'll take that. Dude, that did serious damage. Alright. Yeah, there's definitely been some slowdown in this version, but definitely less than on the Super Nintendo. Even the Guy version. Like, you can have enemies and barrels at the same time, and you can even destroy the barrels, and the game remains intact. Ugh. Oh, the max range grab. Max range grab is what I meant to say. That's max range grab, whatever that is. Yeah, figured I'd die there. Couldn't super join. Cover some ground. Okay. Oh no. These assholes. Hate that shit. I guess I should just not wake up quickly. Hope that they whiff. But sure is a lot more exciting when there's like more than 2 enemies at once. Even if it's sometimes to the detriment of your health. Hey, an extend. Excellent. Door animation, walking out of the elevator. One of the best songs in the soundtrack coming up. I really, really like this version. Little sound effect of the elevator starting to move even. The fucking snare drum. Ambient elevator noise even. Oh boy. I thought the shadows would appear higher up. That's why I was standing so far down. Yeah, that's unlucky. Oh, okay. I got the chicken at least. Knives. See what I mean? You just pick up knives and shit. Enemy waves, like... This whole section seems a little longer and slower. The enemy waves aren't, like, overlapping each other. Can I do this? Quite need to pick that up, but... Nice, okay. Perfectly synced. The song ended just as we beat him. It's very satisfying to avoid the dreaded CD music Red Book loop. Alright. How does this version do this stage then? A lot closer to the arcade. Yep. It's like the only version that had this stage where it's like, it's actually like the arcade. And functional hitboxes too, even. Slap bass going crazy. Alright, Bay Area. This looks really nice. I think we'll get an extended 90, actually. Yeah, it should be every odd, right? Because it's 100 and then every 200. I guess it doesn't matter, like... There we go. Because, again, the score carries over between credits, so... we've been doing pretty well, though. I feel like... I don't remember when I... Well, I guess I don't have any other versions compared to with this, where we had the same number of lives and same number of levels, but... I think Bay Area with... I think we had, like, 5 credits? So, assuming we don't have to replay a level from the beginning, that should do us quite well. Of course, I mean, every credit is going to last us shorter. Because, like, you know, while the game is easier, you get to stay on the credit longer, gathering more points and getting more extends. So you get essentially more lives per credit. Yeah, the Battle in West Side, Bay Area, and Battle Against Rolento are definitely my favorite tracks. Like, I think they do a real good job of, like, capturing the essence of the original track, but also, like, bringing dimensions to the tracks that weren't there originally. Hey, what's up, buddy? Fortunately, no secret tricks here. No matter what we do, we cannot curb the boundless joy and enthusiasm of Shiro in this version. He will never stop wagging his tail. Huh. I didn't realize they actually changed his name to Oliver instead of Oribur. Like, I'm sure it's meant to be Oliver, but it never was in any of the versions. Dude! But they have fixed the spelling in this version. Elgato, no space? Interesting. Hey, there's more than 5 barrels? Gum, grapes, what else we got? Beer, sushi, soft drink, sorry. $1? I thought that was sushi. Panicked a little bit there, but it worked out. Hey, what happened to Big Andre? He just did I just fucking despawn him? I'd like hit him with one lariat.
Excellent.
Thought for a second that I fucking soft blocked because of it. Polar Bear, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. And, welcome to the channel. Yeah, Andre was like too fucking scared of the lariat. Like, alright, I'm having none of this shit. Alright, a lot more points. We're likely getting another extend, actually. We're quite close. It's funny because, like, I think the Super Nintendo version, for all of its shortcomings, of course, like, it manages to make the lack of enemies, like, the low number of enemies on screen not feel like much of an issue. Like, when you play the game, it's still paced well enough that it doesn't feel like the pervasive feeling you get from playing it isn't like, wow, the stages are so sparse. It'll feel that way if you come directly from the arcade version or whatever, but in and of itself, it manages to feel good. But coming from that version to this, like, man, it is a lot more exciting when there's like 4 enemies instead of 3. There's like a franticness that you just don't get. And this song started a bit early, didn't it? Only just now getting to the bathroom. I love the way they bounce so high from the floor when you suplex them. I guess that only Poison does that for some reason. Alright. Sexy bathroom. Wow, the pipe. Why does the pipe do like jab damage? That is jack. I don't know if that's a rank thing or like a stage thing. This song's so good. I mean, every time a new song comes on in this game, the immediate reaction is just to go, man, this song is so good. Honestly, I think listening to this soundtrack, it wasn't like that I didn't care for the arcade soundtrack at all until I heard this, but I definitely feel like this version of the soundtrack helped me fall in love with certain versions. Or because I fell in love with these versions of the songs, like it kind of helped me find more appreciation for the originals as well. Because when I listen to the arcade soundtrack, I think in my head, I kind of hear this soundtrack in my head. Is that a hot dog? Burger? It's a hot dog. It's a little hard to tell. 4 fucking Hollywoods? Well, let's just be careful here. Wow. I cannot believe I survived that. No slowdown either. I think I decided to save that steak. I didn't realize I'd have to fight this many guys here. Fucking Magic Pixel not getting hit by anything fire. See, this is a lot more like the arcade. I mentioned how the Super Nintendo version did an admirable job of having those Hollywood waves. Feel like pretty seamless, but it's a big difference when you can actually have them with other enemies. Yeah, I think the Red Hollywoods are the only enemies that have the only unique enemy with a shared name, I guess you could say. Well, I have a feeling we're not gonna... Well, I was gonna say, I have a feeling we're not gonna beat Abigail in this credit. We should probably get to Abigail on this credit before we start even thinking about such matters. It's going remarkably well. I'm just shocked that I haven't picked up any knives yet. Accidentally or otherwise. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Dude, the fucking knife footsies this guys have. Insane. Ah, that was annoying. Pretty much all came down to picking up that knife when I didn't want to. Oh well. NK chicken. I like that this version... Okay, another steak and another chicken. The distribution... The distribution of food items in this game is very strange. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to put this up. I like that they... I mean, I guess it's a matter of limited color palette anyway, but... Oh, that was a hammer. The gamma, like, the transition to the Sunrise is like seamless in this version. Some other versions, there's like a more notable... You can see kind of the border between the tiles where it changes palette. Yeah, the dithering here doesn't bother me, but for sure I think this, a lot of stuff. I mean, there's a lot of these vertical, like the vertical dithering in particular is like very much composite, like designed for composite dithering. I like forgot how to fight him. Alright, do the normal punches when he's running at me. Holy shit. Alright. It's kind of a funny looking portrait. Okay. Please tell me. Alright. Thank fuck. Oh boy, I don't know why he fell out of my combo there, but that was some good damage on Abigail there. Oh boy. When there's a bigger crowd, oh wow, he just caught up with me. Nice. Yeah, I'm getting the hang of this fight. That's the nice thing about playing 10+ versions of this game. Although, I guess this is like the third version where the fight is actually kind of the same, but... but yeah, the vertical dithering, you can see a lot of it in this game. That's definitely a technique that, like, very specifically... makes sense with, like, the composite, the way color bleeds on composite. Yeah, we don't quite get the confectionery world of Nin Nin. We got the actual Nin Nin signs, both of them. And, I mean, the Super Nintendo version had none of the signage at all. It's sort of really barren. In some of the more recent re-releases, the red, like the Coca-Cola Nin Nin sign was changed. Oh, I was hoping I would hit it. So in these barrels is where you get the Hagar and Jessica items in Final Fight 9. Yeah, that's a good way of it's a fair distinction to make, Raph. Composite video on Mega Drive in particular. Like, I grew up, like, we had, like, when we first got our Mega Drive, we used the RF. A composite wasn't, I feel like, very popular here at the time. But at some point in the early 90s, we got, like, a, for the time, fairly fancy Sony TV in our house. Wow, okay. Tried to Super Joy and somehow got the combo. And coincidentally, at the same time, or I guess it wasn't the same time per se, but hey, actual elevator transition. The RF cable that I had for my Mega Drive broke. So we got, like, my dad got a new cable, and it was a SCART cable. I guess I can't know specifically, but I know the TV supported RGB, so I reckon it was probably an RGB cable. And I would use an RGB cable, RGB SCART for like Dreamcast later on, and like that was kind of the standard I was used to. So composite, like I never played pretty much anything on composite. Because I mean, I had a I didn't have an NES like growing up. I had friends who did, but I did get an NES in like '96 or something. It was like my dad got it from flea market or hand me down or something. But I think that even then I would have been using RF. I think. Art 3, Andres, is not really something you ever saw in the Super Nintendo version, I don't think. Yeah, I was very lucky to enjoy my fucking involuntary widescreen 50 Hz slow motion Sonic the Hedgehog in RGB. 2 years later. Highly privileged citizen of Europe. Alright, we're getting close to another extend. And this perk looks good. That was... Oh, that was a backward jump. Yeah, I knew I was dead there. Accidental backwards jumps suck because you cannot attack when you do a backwards jump. Kind of tricky to do. You have to like hit the jump button pretty early. Stop blocking eventually. Doesn't give them room to attack, so works. I don't get points for them blocking at least, so can't. No cheese. Can I please land the second punch so I can grab him? There we go. Can I? Oh yeah, you're right. So it's good tech, thank you. Funny thing about PAL timings in racing games, I don't remember what game it was, but I remember reading about some like official competition that was held. I want to say that it was either like Ridge Racer or some Gran Turismo. I think it was like something on PlayStation at least. But there was like some kind of a global competition where, as was standard practice in the day, you would like take a photo off your TV, whatever, show your times. To like qualify, like you had to do time trials or whatever to qualify for some competition. No chandelier chicken, huh? And whatever the game in question was, as was the case in like 90-something% of, probably 99% of PlayStation games, the gameplay was not optimized at all for PAL, so the game ran 20% slower. But they did change the clock, so that the clock was still in real time. So everyone in PAL regions who wanted to like compete in this competition had a juicy like 20% penalty on their times. That was like, that's really good. Oh, fuck's sake. Well, I mean, I don't think there's much point in like distinguishing what games are like the worst, like or like suffer the most, because there's no games that don't suffer. Like you can't reduce anything, speed of anything by like 20% and have it be like, it's not that noticeable, not that big a deal. Like that doesn't happen. Obviously, you can have like a menu-driven turn-based strategy game or something, where it's not quite the same as a real-time action game, sure. But like those games are often very tedious and time-consuming as it is. So you're making like the worst part of those games 20% worse or whatever. Yeah, PS2, there are, I mean, especially later on, there were more games that supported PAL 60. But many major publishers did not add PAL 60 support in their games. There weren't games I cared about, but I remember being like flabbergasted at like Square Enix, or I guess they were still Square at the time, doing like Final Fantasy and whatever, like kind of like the biggest like blockbusters or whatever, and even those games had like horrible, like extreme black borders, and like the voice acting was like the lip syncing was all fucked in like cinematics, because characters would take like 20% longer to animate the voice lines than to speak them. And I remember, for some reason, I remember reading some review of like Final Fantasy X2, I think it was, and being like offended and confused that the review in a Swedish magazine like didn't address the fact that it was not optimized for PAL. It's like, I mean, I've never cared for RPGs or Final Fantasy, so like it wasn't something that affected me in that sense, but it was like, it didn't mean I didn't find it inexcusable. Yeah, dude, Hollywood stab range in this game in this version is crazy. Something about like the truncated resolution, I guess. Hitbox is not quite being the same. I'm not sure what's going on with it. I mean, I'm sure you could definitely find reviews, especially in the UK. You can't take them. One-on-one, Elgato with the knife. You don't stand a chance. Like you'd have a lot more people writing in games who are like more knowledgeable or like into the like importing games and stuff like that than in backwater Sweden. But even so, I feel like I was pretty late to the party with like having. I will say this, like, I bought an Xbox in 2003, I think, and one of the reasons I did not buy a PS2 was that I considered a PAL PS2 to be like a paperweight. Like, I knew that if I couldn't afford to get it modded so I could play everything in 60 Hz and play NTSC region games, then there wasn't any point to it. But But I remember, like, the first time I kind of heard about it was probably kind of in the PS1 days. And even then, I don't think I fully understood. Because I remember at some point in history having the misconception that, like, load times were faster or something. I guess it didn't occur to me, like, it didn't seem possible that the games themselves could be that different in speed. But I think, as far as playing games and experiencing the difference firsthand, was the Dreamcast was the first time I got to experience it with games that supported it, and you're like, oh, okay, I see. This is a big deal. Even then, of course, like back then, I would have been playing a lot of Dreamcasts, like self-booting pirate games would play in 50 hertz on PAL consoles. So I probably did play a lot of American and Japanese games in 50 hertz without realizing it. Like there are ways, like there are boot discs that let you force 60 hertz. By default, that won't happen. But I mean, you know, again, arcade games weren't really a thing, but I probably would have, even if I wouldn't have ascribed it to that, if I had played Ridge Racer or whatever in the arcade, right, properly exploding wheelchair, and then played the PAL PlayStation version, I'm sure I would have. Like I said, I maybe would not have ascribed it to that specifically, but I would surely have thought, wow, this is fucking slow. Okay, suplexing Belger is not trivial in this version, like it was in the Super Nintendo. I think this is more arcade faithful. This has me a little scared, if I'm being honest. I turned invisible for a while there? Okay. So, it's kind of scary here because Belger will, when I knock him down from dying... Nice, okay. Alright, we should be fine. You still get iframes, I'm pretty sure. I think he's still shooting. The arrows are just invisible. That was pretty satisfying, though. We get the correct pacing of him flying out the window first. Hey, everyone is here. Song's so fucking good.
ジェシカ、よく無事でいてくれた。妻に死なれ、今またお前を失ってしまったら、私はもう生きてはいけん。
Animation's so good too.
俺たちも行くとするか。だが、いいのか。
Extended dialogue.
俺のためにも、ジェシカのためにも。
Fucking explaining and making sense of the ending. Oh, dude, it's like extremely satisfying. Was there a Final Fight port on Saturn? Would that have been part of some Capcom collection or something? I don't know about that. I'm not even sure if there was, because Capcom released a bunch of collections on PS1, and I think there may have been a few on Saturn, but those are all like pretty pricey. And not something you'd be like, wouldn't be that meaningful to get. Art's so fucking good. Dude. How fucking sick is this art? I totally forgot how much new artwork there was for the intro and ending. Like, I remember that one shot of the Mad Gear gang. Like, dude, the fucking ending. Sick. Well, I'm afraid to unveil then that I definitely do not have any Capcom Generations versions of Final Fight ready to go. I was expecting / planning to get through the rest of the versions of Final Fight 1 today, which would not include those. Yeah, this is the shot I was thinking of. Like, all the original art for this version is super good. And it's like, it's interesting because it's not really, it doesn't look like Capcom art per se, but it still manages to fit in like really well with the game. I mean, if you look at the Hagar here, for example, actually we'll quit out of this because we can watch this in English. When you see him at the desk, the shot that's from the arcade intro, and then when you see like a close-up, like the transition feels fairly seamless, even though like it goes from original art to completely new art.
Metro City,
well, I'll look into it.
has been ruled by violence and death for many years. A fact which the newly elected mayor and former street fighter Mike Hager plans to change. At the center of the problem is the huge gang known as Mad Gear. Mad Gear controls all of the major criminal activity in the city. When they learned of Hager's plans, they took immediate action to bring this new mayor under their control. Sometime in 1992.
Hello, Mike Hager here.
Hee Mr. Hager. So pleased to make your acquaintance. I believe you know who I am. Don't hang up. We have a little business proposition for you. Your daughter for your cooperation. And we'll throw in the regular monthly bonus to your salary we offered before.
What? What happened to Jessica? Who is this?
Not so fast, Mike. Turn on your TV.
You son of a... What have you done to her?
Nothing yet, but we'd enjoy the opportunity. Listen to reason, man. Why make your job difficult? Just let it.
Yeah, they changed Jessica here too in this version.
Like the mayor before you did.
Yeah, he's very calm.
Guy, Jessica was kidnapped.
Jessica?
My sweetheart since childhood.
The Mad Gear must pay. She's my friend too. Count me in.
They don't even have anyone say "Final Fight." Like, how do you remove that? That's just like, come on, man. I was gonna say, like, because this is all Red Book audio, right? You could take the Japanese version and you could just replace the audio tracks with the English intro and ending. I was like, man, if I would do that, I would still splice the Japanese audio of them saying "Final Fight" for the title screen. And yeah, the voiceover it's like I said. I still, whenever I read the intro, this is. Because I love the music so much, and I would listen to the soundtrack, and because the soundtrack, I mean, it's just a rip of the game disc, right? And the opening and ending are just music tracks. So when I would listen to the soundtrack, I would hear the intro with the voiceover and the ending, like, a lot. So it's just ingrained in my mind whenever I hear that music. It's like, I just hear, you know, she's my friend too. Count me in. And I just like expect Hagar to like,
Mike Hagar here. What? What have you done to Jessica? Who is this?
Sounds like fucking Alucard from Symphony of the Night.
Belger, what do you here?
I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, why don't we see what this time attack mode is all about? You can already see that everyone's a bit paler here in the original version. So, yeah, in case you missed it, the Japanese version we just played, we played with a ROM hack that changed a lot of the color palettes to make it a little closer to the arcade. This is the unadulterated original American version disc image with no modification. So we'll see everything looking a little more jaundiced. Oh, this is sick. Original background, like, okay, it's not quite arcade quality. Cool though. You may have noticed Poison's extended pants there. I don't know exactly what it is or what it's meant to be, but that sound you hear whenever you do combos with Cody, it's bizarre, but it's extremely satisfying. Yeah, even the walk animations are like very cut down in some of the other versions, but it looks like they're all fully intact here. I don't know if, I mean, I guess we could look it up, but I'm curious if there's like some level select cheats or something. As I was kind of curious to see what the bar in stage 2 looks like in this version, because I remember it looking fairly awful. When I first time I played this was on real hardware on a CRT, on a Wonder Mega, of all things. I remember that sticking out, so, I mean, we wouldn't have been playing on composite, I don't think, but I guess maybe, I don't remember. Oh! No life for Super Joy. Yeah, the core punching gameplay in Final Fight is just, they fucking nailed it. Accidental, masterful, Hollywood. Dispersing there. Oh boy. Still got it. rid of this. It's easy to get rid of it with Cody, so you can actually stab. I just realized, I guess we get scores per kill in this mode. It's kind of cool. Okay, time's up. I was gonna say, it's called time attack, but that's not really what it is, though. Oh, dude! Fucking unique artwork. How sick is that? Time full. Defeat 47. Dude, this is pretty sick. Yeah, caravan mode, pretty much, right? Multiple unique stages? What the fuck? I wanted to suplex Simons, but he was taking so fucking long to get up. But this is a really cool mode, actually. Okay, so the stages are character specific. That's cool. I wonder if you're really fast, because the timer's set, you know? And clearly the enemies you get are kind of escalate. I wonder if you would ever get like bosses or something. Yeah, I keep thinking like, wow, the color palette of Poison and Roxy is a little strange in the US version, and I have to remind myself that they would have looked the same in the Japanese version. It's just we played it with the hack. But yeah, I really don't like this version of Poison and Roxy. Like, it's just very unflattering length of shorts. It just looks weird. Did the Hollywoods not count towards my score? I was thinking about that, like, oh, I guess you want to make sure to kill them and not let them run away. But I'm not sure it actually counted towards my score. Unsurprisingly, I think I am doing better on time here. Of course, when I was playing as Cody, I didn't really try to go for... Time wasn't really something I was thinking much about. Oh, well, we got an Uncle Andre. That's new. Father Andre as well. Didn't actually see him before. Wow. The Andres conspired together to accidentally save my life, and I didn't get the suplex there. Wow. We didn't get the full time duration, but we got the same score. 4-7. Oh, well. Well, I guess we gotta pick Guy and see his stage at least. Again, like, this is... I wouldn't take this as Capcom art. But it's real nice looking. Are the enemies unique? I mean, it seems like it's pretty much the same waves, right? Oh, sick. I guess the parallax is a little weird. If they had like a line scroll effect on the bridge down there, that would have been fucking awesome. Still a cool ass stage though. I guess I can't do the wall jump. Great. I don't exactly know how to do it, but I figured if I press directions and buttons near the wall in midair, it should trigger if I could do it, but... I guess this isn't considered a wall. Doing okay here, but I feel like Guy... He's supposed to be the speedy character, but I don't think he can dispatch of enemies very quickly. But I guess that's the fate of, like... beat-em-up characters. Like, I feel like it's pretty often... I mean, I guess it's different in every game, but it seems not uncommon for the powerhouse characters to also be like the speed characters, because there's like just stuff you can kind of abuse or oh wow. I don't know, but again, I mean, I can't be too down on character balance being iffy, or some characters not being quite as capable as you might want them to for their supposed archetype or whatever, because, again, the fact that the game even has multiple characters with, like, archetypes is pretty fucking revolutionary. So you gotta cut them some slack for not necessarily getting it perfect. And I mean, they still got it. It's pretty damn close to perfect. Yeah, you can mash out of the underace. I did that before too. I think I noticed it because I accidentally did it in the Super Nintendo version. It was definitely one of those. Oh, or maybe it was in the 68,000 version. I'm not sure. Weirdly, we're actually doing really fucking well here with Guy. Coming down on time, but as far as like survivability here. Should have infinited more. Ah, fuck. Ran out of time. So much life left. Should have infinited. I don't know. Oh, yeah, that was really cool. I'm really glad we checked this out. Let me just check something super quick. There is a cheats page. Rapid fire mode. Huh. Wait, what? See if that worked. I tried to do a code that supposedly enables rapid fire mode. We're not going to play through this game again, even though it's a really fucking good game. Yeah, those barrels were a lot more vibrant. Yeah, damn, skin tones look weird. Yep, okay, cool. I can just hold a button, which makes the infinite way harder to do. Yeah, by the way, I didn't actually comment on it at the time, but I realized now, seeing that phone booth, that in the X68000 version, damage, that phone booth was also not a phone booth. For some reason, like, the breakable objects were changed around a lot for that version. Dude, I don't think I ever realized that trash cans actually do say dustbin. I'm assuming that was not invented for this version. Because that was in, like, the Spectrum and Commodore 64 versions and whatever. Yen. No dollars here, just yen. Yeah, the rapid is not that impressive. But I'm not sure if it's the limit to what the game handles, so to speak. Snooge was talking about the punches being slower in this version. So I don't know. This version could have used an extra joy button for situations like that. I mean, this is not a bad-looking version. There's definitely... I like the hack. It improves the look of the game for sure. But it's not like this is some complete eyesore. We have like 4 versions to go or something though. So, and it's already past 9 p.m. So I should probably try to tear myself away from this fucking awesome version of this incredible game. Yeah, I'm gonna try. But yeah, that's Final Fight CD. A pretty damn good port, all things considered, and very cool original content. Very, very, very good music, and just all around good time. Let's see. I guess we'll... I'm trying to just think of how we're gonna play the next version. Let's see here. Because the arcade stick doesn't seem quite right for what's up next. I think this bootleg fake Super Nintendo controller is probably about right. Whoops. Alright, sure. We can... Oh, nice. I fixed it. I fucked up. I ran out of time. We will indeed be playing 2001's Final Fight 1 for the Game Boy Advance. Ye of little faith seem to think that that's the only version that's left. That is not true. We have at least 3 versions left.
A well-known crime capital has
thank you,
by violence.
Mega Drive, for your service. So, close this down. Turn off. But the GBA version is indeed what's next. And this is going to be real interesting because I played this back in the day. I'm not sure if I ever played it on an actual GBA. I never owned one, but I was definitely into emulator stuff. So I'd be playing a lot of GBA games kind of in their day. And I remember really liking this version. It's got a lot of interesting bonus content and stuff. But obviously the graphics are not going to be arcade perfect. The resolution is extremely limited. I mean, you even have a lot of Super Nintendo ports to GBA where the screen is like really tightly cropped because of the lower resolution and stuff. So CPS games for sure would suffer quite a bit. But I'm sure it's also just like the camera is probably more zoomed in. It's going to be a little weird. It's going to be Double Dragon and Atari Lynx all over again. I still remember liking it despite that. But it'll be interesting to see, like, you know, does it have 2 enemies on screen? Does it have 6 enemies on screen? What is it going to be like? Audio? I'm sure the audio is going to be bad, but how is it going to compare to the Super Nintendo version that had, like, atrocious audio? A lot of stuff like that I'm excited and curious to find out because I have not played this in many, many years. I would say at least 15 years since I played this last. Possibly more. Probably more. So let me dig this up here. And hope that I have it ready to go. Apparently I don't. I think I have it, but I must have misplaced it. All right, give me a second. see if we can grab it here. It'll be fine. I'm pretty sure I have it, but I grabbed a lot of Final Fight games in short succession here. Excited to find out just how shit the sound is. Capcom GBA audio could be amazing though, so maybe it's actually good. Don't think any GBA port can top Sonic Genesis. Yeah, that one's a classic for sure. All right, let's refresh here, and we should have it in the list. Let's fix the aspect ratio. There we go. Well, this is different. Oh. It's a remix of an actual Final Fight track, but not this track. It's not bad, but it's kind of weird. The industrial area is there. That's crazy. Alright, let me fix the info here. Game number 11. We're gonna have to rewatch the intro because I can't watch it. So this was a 2001. Actually, fuck it, let's just reset because the intro is so slow. I don't want to wait for all of it and then watch it again. Shinkiro cover art, super fucking sick.
Metro City, a well-known crime capital, ruled by violence and death for many years.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, we just like fall into that mindset of hearing this Mega CD voiceover.
Back to newly elected mayor and former Street Fighter Mike Hagar plans to change. The center of the problem is the huge gang known as Mad Gear. Mad Gear controls all the major criminal activity in the city. Learn of Hagar's plans to get immediate action to bring this new mayor under their control. Hello? Mike Hagar here.
What's up with this eye?
Mr. Hagar, so pleased to make your acquaintance.
Like, you gotta hear it in that voice, right?
I believe you know who I am. Don't hang up. We have a little business proposition for you. A daughter or your cooperation? We'll throw in the regular monthly bonus to your salary. What? What's happened to Jessica? Who is this? Not so fast, Mike. Turn on your TV. You fiend! What have you done to her? That's nothing yet. You will if you don't cooperate. Listen to reason. Why make your job difficult? Just let us do as we please, like the mayor before you did. Capcom presents. What? Jessica was kidnapped? Who is Jessica? He's my childhood friend. What? What is this revisionism? The Mad Gears must pay. What a dirty trick. I will help you out.
What the fuck is going on here?
What? What? What's going on here?
I was gonna say Final Fight, but I was too flabbergasted by the inexplicable changes to the script. I thought she was your friend too, guy. Oh my god, this version has Billy and Sid? What the fuck? I mean, I guess we'll get to see them now. I wanted to play the English version of this anyway, because it has additional dialogue. I guess we get to see Billy and Sid then. And yes, this game does have co-op support. Oh yeah, I should probably set up my controls. I'm like confused. But yeah, I mean, it looks nice. Ran smooth. We saw 2 players. All the sound effects are different. Like, everything is weird. Everything is weird. $200K every? None? Huh. Yeah, there's no 100K and then every 200K. Very hard. No mania, huh? Okay, I gotta get used to the rail controls here. And we got EX Joy. Next. See that thing on the bottom left? We're gonna get to that eventually. I can't access it right now. But like I said, there's a significant amount of bonus content in this version. So the Japanese one has the actual intro song. Huh. 50 opponents defeated until we get next secret. This shit is so awesome. Fucking carrot on a stick, huh? Well, we got our work cut out for us, so let's game start. Coda's face looks quite different. It's weird, like Hagar and Guy are so like identical that it makes Cody look weird. Also, they didn't fix the fucking pixel aspect ratio, so everyone is like fucking squashed. It's like we're playing a fucking PAL game again. You know what? That's the wrong one. See? It looks like more correct now. If we adjust for 4:3, the aspect ratio of the artwork's actually correct, but fucking even Capcom can't properly adjust for CPS pixel ratio. Wow, that was quite the skirt on Jessica there. I had to cut out a couple of drum cans, but we got the danger sign, we got damned in Jessica, we got actual drum cans. I can't complain. You know, the sound effects. It's interesting that it's legitimately like remixed music. It's not, I would not have expected that. I mean, I guess I vaguely recalled the UI being different, even though that feels kind of weird looking at it now. Like, the fact that they at least sort of deliberately changed the music helps avoid comparisons to the arcade. Wow, the doors don't even open in this version. To the best of my knowledge, this was made at Capcom, but information on that kind of thing can be difficult to find at times. Alright, placements of barrels, a little whack. See, even two-piece color palette is kind of weird, just like it was in the Super Nintendo version. Like, this is obviously not based on the Super Nintendo version by any means, but it still feels like it's got some weird vestigial Super Nintendo isms. Yeah, the mixing is a little strange for the audio, but it could have been a hell of a lot worse. That's for sure. Feels. I mean, I think the graphics are nice because it doesn't feel as cramped as I figured it probably would. Oh, okay, it's just taking it slow. I enjoyed the portraits, which I think are new. You usually get a red Hollywood here. Dude, can I fucking... Alright, well, it's just a knife, I guess. This was developed by Suntech. Actually, let me check. Maybe I'm talking out of my ass when I said I assumed. Let me address that then. If this was not developed by Capcom, because yeah, I agree. I wouldn't have. I'm just going off of what I had written down in my spreadsheet, but I would not have. I wouldn't doubt either that something like this would be outsourced. Wow, after you unpause, there's like a big old delay. Oh, there's like a... I'm getting kind of crowded here. Usually you get to break this tire pile in peace. I mean, I guess this is kind of a remake of sorts, so maybe you shouldn't... Maybe we should appreciate these changes as opposed to consider them inaccuracies. There we go. Wow, this art's kind of whack, isn't it? You're the one who called me.
Bingo, baby. The Mad Gear will rule.
I will destroy you. Get him, Hagar. I'll drop him. The colors are all different for the life bars. Dan's hair still gets fucked up whenever he whistles. That just cracks me up. Wow, okay, he just went back real fucking fast. Orber, you okay over there? Diamonds killed me. Ah, wow, he's still on fucking green health? What the heck? Wow, I did not think that would kill him. Maybe they changed the pause robber damage in this version. Alright, that's a funny little jingle. Ooh, this doesn't sound great, but... Yeah, so he's allowed to be named Damned. I guess we'll see if Sodom is... Oh, I think... Well, actually... Curious, because... Sodom had, of course, been Sodom in Street Fighter Alpha at this point. But in Alpha 2 on Super Nintendo, he's named Katana again. Dude, this version is, like, kind of tough. Like, the music's all going crazy. A little bit of heads... Wow, dude, I'm like fucking... raining lives like crazy. Oh yeah, the train didn't even come rolling in, did it? We didn't walk into the train either. So we got some like truncated transitions just like the Super Nintendo version. Which is kind of weird, you know, they're adding like cinematic dialogue scenes and additional characters and shit, but Hagar walking into the train door, too expensive. Yeah, and even the doors in stage 1. And yeah, some of the color palettes definitely seem strange. Wow, okay. I got confused about the red Hollywood in the underground section in stage 1, but it was just orange. It was just regular Hollywood, but he's just red in this version. Yeah, look at like Billy's and Sid's skin tones. Like everyone's skin tone is like super different. Okay, not sure how I grabbed Hagar or Andre there, but like enemies that have like final fight health too. Well, making changes for the sake of the GBA screen, especially for a 2001 release, makes perfect sense, but it's so inconsistent. Like, look at Doug, fucking Santa Claus red outfit. But the backgrounds are like completely... Well, I mean, I guess that could be deliberate too, to have it stand out from the background, but Hagar doesn't really look that different. Like, he doesn't have any dark Like, the darkest colors are still, like, washed out midtones. Sushi. Yes, thank you. Alright, that went okay. Quite mean to pick up that knife. Yeah, I'm curious because the GBA launched in 01, so I'm wondering if there's like how close this was to launch. I guess it's it's interesting. It kind of echoes the Super Nintendo version too, right? Maybe not quite at launch, but close to it. Also, I hadn't quite thought about it, but there's some damn good crowds in this version. We got like 5-6 enemies. Not used to that at this point. Oh, hit him with the pile driver in midair. Yeah, the music is kind of weird, but by GBA standards, I don't think it's terrible, and it's certainly better than the Super Nintendo version. Like I said, the fact that some of the tracks feel kind of remixed also helps kind of soften the blow. Like, you wouldn't expect it to sound... Like, because it's kind of rearranged, it doesn't sound... Even if the instrumentation was exactly the same. Wow, holy shit. This is just artwork from Alpha 3, it looks like. It's completely the wrong... I mean, look at that thing on his head. That's supposed to be a circle. Let me just quickly fix this. Kind of, at least. There we go. It's not... I mean, this is still, like, too squashed. It's fucked up. Alright. May 25th, September in the US. I guess I don't know when the GBA launched, but... Anyway.
Come on! I'm only samurai!
Yeah, that artwork, that's just his versus portrait in Alpha 3. It doesn't match at all. This looks fucking terrible.
I'm gonna hurt you, okay? What a nasty gang. Are you the boss of this area? Yes. It is an honor to be slashed by me. Prepare to banzai!
It's kind of... I mean, they kind of... Doesn't quite come across that way, but I guess that was their attempt at kind of keeping a little bit of his... Ah, I pressed the button. I didn't get it in time. Keep his, like, weeb. It's like in the Japanese versions of Street Fighter anyway. Obviously, he didn't exactly have much of a personality in this game. He like just speaks broken Japanese. I'll just loop that, but the thing is, like, here it doesn't necessarily come across that way. It's just like the English translator's idea of what the cool samurai would talk like. But yeah, I was gonna say we didn't get crowd animation, but there was no animation when as I was like walking into the arena. But during the actual fight, we got the proper crowd animation. All right. Got the Japan license plate. Oh, my car. It didn't sound too broken up. Hey, we actually start up here. Very few home ports have the technology to allow us to start up here. Good job, Suntech. Yeah, it's like quality crowding in this version. Man, I feel like I would want a ROM hack of this version to fix the color palettes. Not to make it more like the arcade specifically, but it's like jarring because it's so inconsistent. It's really strange. Like if everything had the same treatment, I'd understand it. Dude, I didn't have enough health. Huh. I didn't pay too close attention. I thought for sure that the amount of health I had would have let me lariat, but I couldn't. I was mashing the lariat button and I threw a punch. So maybe it actually uses a little more health in this version. Looking at credits, this appears to be a Capcom joint. Have I been tricked? Maybe I did more research than I thought. Alright, let's change this. Alright, cool. Music stops. Let's do our best to avoid misinformation here. Let's put Capcom there. Maybe we'll change it every other stage. It's so funny, you unpause, you can see the text disappear immediately. Like when I unpause, I press the start button, text disappears, but there's like a good few seconds before you can move. Well, this is the Final Fight experience, that's for sure. Someone did do a ROM hack, fix the color. That's cool. I was like half joking when I said it, but it's cool. Like, it's legitimately confusing when Hollywood shows up. Because that looks like the red Hollywood. Like, this guy is just as red as the red Hollywood is in the arcade. And then in this version, the actual fire Hollywoods, I guess, are, like, even more vibrant. Alright, let's see what this version... Did we get Hagar turning back and forth after being kidnapped, is the question. Nope. Also completely wrong colors. Different wrong colors. But I guess this pink color is what this version uses instead of the orange on the Super Nintendo. You get fucked iframes? Wow, okay. No mashing out of that. Okay, continues. How does this work? I'm almost surprised they put this in kind of the same way. 3 continues isn't a lot, but so we probably won't beat the game, but we'll get a bunch of unlocks for beating up dudes. So let's try Cody. Why don't we? Oh, ooh, okay. Super Nintendo-isms. I like the whipping sound effect. It's really weird, but I kind of like it. Oh, wow. Yeah, ooh. You, Andre, is Uncle Andre, Father Andre, and Grandfather Andre. Oh, his portrait there looks kind of funny. It also looks nothing like his sprite, which is kind of weird. Hey, the Jessica items in this version. I guess it would make sense if that this version would, yeah, see how long that lasted. It would make sense, I guess, with this version having like shared staff with the original Super Nintendo port. That, wow. That they would choose to include certain things like that. There's the extend. Yeah, it's a lot harder to do the infinite on big piles of enemies because the hit stop gets extended. So the rhythm of it changes completely. I mean, that's true of all versions, I guess, but it seems to be more... Maybe it's just more exaggerated here because we have bigger crowds. Yeah, like, it's pretty trivial against a single opponent. Alright. Can I do this? No damage. Well, I could have just grabbed him by the waist. I guess I didn't quite have time to get a feel for whether they have iframes. That, well... fuck that up. Let's throw him over there. Oh, boy. That looked like iframes to me. Yeah, they got different facial expressions. Oh, boy, I didn't mean to throw it that way, but... Well, at least I didn't lose another life. So there should be... Isn't there, like, food? Oh, boy. I was not ready for that. That's kind of cool. Yep, it's Grandpa on the right. Be a sun sign here somewhere. Barrel. Chicken. Works for me. I got nice extended range on the hit grab. Oh boy. Didn't expect to turn around. Oh. I tried to. I wanted to infinite, but I got... Because I realized a little too late that he had more health than I thought. Accidentally threw him instead, but it worked out. Yeah, you have to actually, like... If you do the throw, and you keep pressing the punch button, you actually stay... So, like, if I'm facing left, and I do the combo throw, so I throw him to the right, if I don't touch the D-pad, or if I'm keep holding down, I actually turn around the other way. It doesn't work like that in the arcade version, or pretty much any other version. I mean, it's easy to just hold a diagonal, or, like, turn the way you want. But it feels a little foreign to have to consciously think of it that way. Oh, right.
Has a policeman become a member of Mad Gear? This city is ours! It's sad how Metro City is so completely corrupted. Shut your mouth up! Get ready!
The dialogue is a bit questionable. I'd already jumped. Gum, please. Full health in this version. Thank you very much. Alright, that's easily the best Eddie E fight I've ever done. I could have maybe even infinited him slightly longer in that first time, but I was a little scared with Jake walking up to me. Yeah, in fact, I'm gonna say that that's the best boss fight I've done for any boss in any of these versions. Well, I guess in the like Spectrum version we had a few perfect fights too, but... Is that background animated in other versions? Not sure. Also, this music, huh? Did you just not have the industrial music in this? Like, the stage is here, but the music's cut out. Even though the Super Nintendo version actually has the music, because it's played in the final stage, too. It's weird. I found the sweet spot, at least. makes this section a little less scary. Oh boy. Doesn't prevent us from dying, unfortunately. Oh, extend. Thank you. No, okay, whatever. Sure. The barrel's there. I'm just trying to plan out a little bit here. Huh, do you only get points if you're at full health? It's interesting. Okay, that's pretty satisfying. Oh, I didn't mean to pick that up. I wanted to just hit from range, but oh well. This hallway's very vibrantly green here. We still have a Elgato gauntlet at the end here, which I'm a little nervous about. But anyway, yeah, I was trying to think. Bay Area, you know, that tends to be a bit of a problem as far as like spacing out my lives and continues and whatnot. But I guess we'll try our best, and we'll game over when we game over, and when we do, we'll take a look at the options menu and see what kind of secrets we unlock. Oh shit. Well, that could have gone a lot worse. Okay, spoke too soon. Doorway? Hey, it animates. Do I walk out? Wow, okay, that's amazing. Well, I guess they didn't have a Super Nintendo version to take, like, edits from, because the entire stage was edited out of that version. Well, at least we get Rolento's theme. Sounds pretty alright. Getting a bit swallowed up by the sound effects, but... Oh, fuck that up. But I could have taken a lot more damage. I like the changed timing and the increased drama of the Andre, like, dropping down. What the? Okay, he just stopped. That was kind of weird, but I gladly accept it. I wanted to pick this up because Apple III artwork in the wrong aspect ratio. Why the fuck didn't they fix that? That's so weird.
Say it. Who's the real leader?
Art style's completely fucked.
Where's Jessica? I will stop at nothing to achieve my goal. So, I have no choice but to defeat you. Ha! You have no chance to win.
They like are barely addressing each other with what they're speaking about. Like, wow, Rolento's sprite looks fucking weird. Yeah, both of the Rolento pictures were just straight taken from Alpha 3. Oh, I shouldn't have needed him again. Oh, that did good damage anyway. No after images on him, by the way. Okay, that was weirdly easy. I was like, will I make this stage? How will I, like, will I barely have lives coming into Bay Area? But actually, didn't someone say that the Chiro trick worked on this version too? Again, that makes sense. These little Super Nintendo-isms being carried through in this version. If that's the case, then we might have a shot. Guitar sample in this sounds kind of alright. It's actually, it doesn't sound like it per se, but it reminds me a little bit of the like the CPS2 guitar samples. Yeah, Rolento was a lot more bright yellow here than in the original game. I guess to match the recycled artwork. Barrels. Nope, not quite. Ah, smashing the special. Oh boy. Oh, well, we got an extend. Take that while I'm cleaning up here. So this should be the points dog, if it's the same, which means we should get some pretty good feedback on if there are, in fact, visual cues that we can follow. Yep. Not wagging his tail. So you get like 10 points per tick here, which obviously isn't really much. Granted, the timer is slow, but for this to really make any difference in terms of scoring or, you know, getting extents or whatever, not really. But it is helpful to learn, to recognize when you are in fact achieving the trick correctly. Oh boy. Alright, let's get pile driven. Oh boy. Okay. Weirdly hard to stand up quickly in this version too. Guess that's a Super Nintendoism that I could do without. Fuck's sake. Yeah, it's funny too, because in the original Super Nintendo Final Fight, the first dog will give you points, but it's like once every 1,000 points every 2 seconds or something. Hey, we got a little Cody and a little Jessica. I guess there was no reason whatsoever to pick up that pizza, but fuck it. I was feeling myself. The crowds in this make it satisfying, and I'm honestly very impressed at how they balance like the zoom level and the scale of everything. Because clearly the screen is a little more cramped, but it's kind of scaled to be roughly equivalent enough horizontally, and you're mostly losing vertical space. And obviously, you're not really using the entire vertical playfield in a game like this. So it really doesn't feel... It doesn't feel like... It doesn't feel like Double Dragon on the Atari Lynx. Yeah, the hit sounds aren't bad. So this dog should give me credits, I think. Got something and it wasn't alive, so that was a credit. Trying to think. I guess we came out of Bay Area with max lives. Or like... Oh yeah, because I almost defeated Belger on my first try, and then I didn't, and we redid that stage. But then we redid the stage with 9 lives, which means if we're in the same spot here, that's going to be a lot harder. So I guess these continues aren't gonna... I'll get one more because I'm standing here already, but... I don't think I will necessarily have the patience to retry the final stage like 5 times. Get it? Oh, I must have gotten one more. Oh, there we go. The chime really blends in with the Go sound. Yeah, we got the Kiss bathroom here again. This is kind of a neat remix. Yeah, I don't have the... I only grabbed the American version of this because, again, I wanted to have the dialogue stuff. But I gotta imagine that the Japanese version is... that everything is intact. So I kind of wonder... I wonder if maybe... It wouldn't surprise me if, like, this changes or something that the developers kind of... Again... seeing this as kind of a homage in a weird way, I guess, to the Super Nintendo version, that they wanted to keep all those like overseas edits the same as well. Relaxing, getting some more health. But yeah, this is a good release. Like it feels, yeah, dude. I can't even like. Can't see the difference between these guys and the orange Hollywoods. I mean, I can tell which is which, but it's kind of weird to have to... It takes a split second longer. Kind of shouldn't have to. Whoa, the combo. Well, I think... It's hard to know exactly what came from where, you know. I think, for me, it's certainly believable, not talking about this specific instance, but it's not inconceivable a lot of times where it's like, would, you know, things being changed a little bit preemptively to not want to have to deal with the hassle of a problematic or like difficult client or whatever. And again, I'm not talking about this game, but like whenever you see stuff that's changed like that, I think it's, you can't really look at the final result and determine like sort of backwards from there how it came to be that way. It's going to be a lot of conjecture. And shit. I was trying to get some lives while I was fighting them, but I think I should probably take care of them first. And yeah, for the most part, like Nintendo, like certain things like the religious imagery and certain other things have, yeah, this is getting dicey now. Have like persisted, like some of these changes being made in various games, but a lot of it definitely, once the ESRB came around in 1994, Nintendo, like the kind of draconian mandates were definitely lessened. Yeah, the dogs are all intact from the arcade. There we go. There's one life. I'm gonna need... Well, I may need at least a lot of lives for Abigail. I guess I'm not used to fighting him with Cody. But yeah, I think this game definitely seems to have... There's enough things that are similar or the same from the Super Nintendo version that are completely unrelated to those changes that I would... I mean, I don't think the changes, like Billy and Sid, for example, I don't think they were included on accident or anything. But there's clearly some kind of shared DNA, whether literal or figurative, between the Super Nintendo version and this. Yeah, I mean, what happened in between the release of Mortal Kombat 1 and Mortal Kombat 2 was that the ESRB was formed. So, definitely made a difference for sure. But yeah, of course, it wasn't like no games were ever changed in the interim, or like after that point rather. Mr. Fui, we'll see. It's a little bit past 10 p.m. and we have 2 more versions to play after this, and it was definitely my intention to play and finish every version of this game on today's stream. But we have been going for 7 hours already. And have I eaten? Yeah, I had a light snack during one of the breaks. But since we're just waiting for the lives to count up here, we might as well do some stream planning here. Because I think we'll see. I don't know exactly how the unlocks and everything works in this game. I'm assuming, given that we got the kind of like the next unlock happens after 50 enemy kills or whatever, I assume that we'll unlock pretty much everything that we can unlock by just continuing to play and beating enemies. I don't know if the other characters are going to be a super, like, grindy unlock. I'm not sure if we... I kind of imagine that you might unlock the options for more credits and lives and stuff to make it a little easier to finally make it to the end. What I'm trying to get at is whether we have everything we want by the time we're done with this playthrough or not. There may be enough reason to want to continue playing this version, to unlock more stuff, to see more whatever, to want to kind of extend this well past the point that we could finish it tonight. Finish as in, like, instead of moving on to the other games, maybe we'll stick with this and continue this next time. Because, yeah, I don't think we can truthfully do all of the games justice rushing through them tonight. So I think we're definitely going to have to save a little bit of the Final Fight 1 ports for the third installment. And if we're doing that, we might as well spend a little more time with this one. So I guess we'll try at least. We'll see where we are with unlocks. But hopefully then, we can at least take a look at the other characters. Yeah, I mean, of course, Poison and Roxy, they were never in any of the Japanese version, or they were never edited for any of the Japanese releases of this game on any format, so it would stand to reason that they were in this, the Japanese version of this. It would be really bizarre if Billy and Sid were in the Japanese version of this. I don't know, I'm just chuckling because I'm just imagining how that would have happened and how people would have reacted. That was a really badly timed chicken. I guess it doesn't really matter. Well, it might, because... yeah, I do have the Infinite, so what if I get the opportunity to actually get Abigail in the Infinite? Alright, there's like Hollywood's, there's like always more left before the fight than I think there is. Anyway, maybe there's a way to actually finish this stage with a good amount of lives that could carry me through Uptown. I don't know. Heads up, Cody. Well, the Japanese, the Super Famicom version of Mortal Kombat 2 is very interesting. I do own that version. Because yes, it does have weird censorship that isn't present in any other version. Should be more food here, right? Little seed bottle. Vitamines. But I think it's... honestly, I think that's just a weird consequence of like Western games being often like Japanese games got edited for the West and Western games got edited for Japan. No flashing glare. That actually kind of looks like Final Fight Revenge artwork. Maybe that's because I was, or it looks like it's like kind of based on it or traced from it. Because I thought some other portraits looked kind of familiar, like Eddie E. Maybe that was also kind of based on Revenge. It's kind of weird. I forget exactly what the alpha characters play like in this version. They get different dialogue. I know that much. But I'm gonna guess they probably end up playing at least somewhat different because the animations are gonna be a little different. I'm not sure. But yeah, like, and I don't know, maybe it was a thing because that was Acclaim Japan who published, and well, all of the Acclaim stuff was published by Acclaim Japan, and they were, I don't know, kind of weird. They were prolific. They released a lot of stuff, and then their localizations were a bit awkward because oftentimes there wasn't a lot of translation in the games themselves. Like several of their games are fully in English on like Super Nintendo and Saturn and stuff, but the manual will have like some explanations. Mortal Kombat 2, for example, is fully in English, but the manual is in Japanese, and it actually came with like this pamphlet kind of fold-out poster thing with the complete move list and everything. It's all in Japanese. And actually, the localizations of MK1 and MK2 for Super Nintendo is actually pretty cool because they came up with like original kanji spellings for a lot of character names and special moves. We talked about in the past when, this was a long time ago when I did the Mortal Kombat, the Combat Chronicles. We played through every Mortal Kombat game on stream, and we looked over all of the lore. We talked about all kinds of behind-the-scenes development history. Looked at a lot of different versions and all that kind of stuff. And we looked at those localized versions of MK1 and 2, and I think they did a really awesome job with naming a lot of stuff because special moves were always like kind of an afterthought, it feels like. This ties back to the conversation we had earlier today about character names. Like, it's important to have the names of characters visible on screen in a beat-em-up or a fighting game or something, because it helps you kind of connect with the characters. And I think it's the same is true for special moves in fighting games. It's really weird to me, and it's an extremely, like, Western thing, I guess, that the special moves in the Mortal Kombat games, even when they started putting move lists in the games themselves, starting with Mortal Kombat 4, they haven't been, like, consistent in what the moves are called. They kind of change between, like, from game to game. Even if the moves themselves are still there, they might have a new name for the move in every game or something. It's kind of weird. But the names they came up with, the Japanese localizers came up with for MK1 and MK2 were really sick. Because it's like, Liu Kang's special moves are all like, I think his fireball is called Phoenix Fire. And I think it's actually, it might be written with kanji, and then it says like Phoenix Fire in furigana. But the best one for sure is Scorpion's Teleport, which is called Death Trap Illusion. Like, how sick of a name is that for a special move? The Death Trap Illusion. Like, Midway or NRS would never come up with a sick name like that. They were just gonna call it fucking Teleport Punch. And then, fucking Raiden's Superman move or whatever, it's called Electric Fly. Just like, I don't know. Shoutouts to Acclaim Japan for coming up with sick move names for Mortal Kombat, which were subsequently never used. Are you gonna stand in my way?
Don't put me in the same category as that Andre.
Where's Jessica?
Hey, cool down. She must be having a good time with Belger.
What? I'll slice your tongue for that. Oh boy. That's a great start. Oh, fuck's sake. I guess that's not how you fight Abigail. Shit, I didn't want to knock him down. so much for conserving lives during Abigail. It's so much harder to do infinites with, like, bigger crowds of enemies. Ah! Right up there. Like, you can't really punch him out of his regular running attack, I feel like. Ah! Fucking hell, I tried to turn around.
Excellent.
Josh Gaming, thank you very much for that follow. Appreciate it. Ah, fucked it up. What do I even do when he's like walking towards me like that? Fucking hell. Well, I have more lives than I will if I start over on Uptown. So this is as good a shot as we're gonna get. Let's see how this works. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Nothing like the arcade one. Alright, we completed it at least. Oh my glass. We still get the incredibly barren Super Nintendo Uptown. There's not even, yeah, okay, I was gonna say there's no like light posts or anything, graphic signs, wherever they're supposed to be. Hey, another one up right at the beginning. That's nice. Fuck's sake. Give me some food. Jesus Christ, we're getting hella crowded here. Can you stop hassling me, fucking ghost sign? I think for sure, like, health values seem kind of just different all around. Like, enemy health and even how much damage they can do. That was quite the kick there from Slash. Very lucky we recovered as well as we did. We're actually close to another extent here, so yeah, this we could not really be doing better than this on live, so let's hope this will. Hope this is enough. It's kind of funny, the chandeliers aren't even in frame. More points. Chicken. Oh. Oh boy. Well, there's the extent. Fucking hell, that was an attempt at the infinite, but it's fucking hard to do. Oh, that kills me. Of course it does. Oh, that's stage 6 and final fight. So we get the industrial theme here, but not on the industrial stage? Actually, yeah. Actually, I was gonna say, this is Rolento's. This is like the elevator theme, though. Maybe this was like that in SNES, too. I don't remember. Alright, so much for that strat. Oh, fucked it up. I thought he might, like, run or grab or something. Oh, this song is really good, though, so... I don't mind it. I think we're very close to an extend. Did I just get it, or is it 180? Oh yeah, this one it's even in this one because it's only every 200. This section isn't over yet. I always think it's over. Then we have to fight these guys. And these guys. And these guys. Ah, oh, fucking hell. Well, I made it pretty far in that life, so... I shouldn't throw him that way, because I can't fucking see where anyone is. There's points over here. Ah, I missed it. There's gold bars there. Easy 8, what's up? Yes, the 0 versions of Cody and Guy are unlockable. They're not available from the start, so we don't have them accessible right now, but they are in the game as playable characters. Ceiling chicken. Yes, thank you. Simon's one-frame death kick. Put myself in a bad spot there. Ah, fucking hell. Sushi. No! Wow, okay. Stayed for a while. This is a workout, man. Okay, there's the extend. Nice. It's kind of interesting. They kick the barrels, but they don't roll. I guess there's supposed to be some place you can, oh, hello. Despawn waves of enemies. I mean, I have no idea if that's accurate or, like, applies to this version. Whoa, what? I also don't know kind of where or how you're supposed to do it exactly, but... Oh, I fucked that up. Holy shit, why is it so impossible to get up quickly in these versions? The Super Nintendo version and this one. Six lives, though. I think I actually missed a 1-up in those barrels before, too. Just unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah, this game is definitely, like... game has a lot of interesting similarities to the Super Nintendo version. but it plays like 50 times better, of course. Ah, I shouldn't have jumped. Should have just jabbed. Thought I could maybe... I don't know what I was thinking. Ah. I'm just groaning because I guess I would have been able to heal right here. I guess an apple and $1. I was actually better off getting the apple at full health to get some points for it, I suppose. For drum cans... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say they're called dustbins in the other version, but no, those are not the same object. Alright. Final Elgato Gauntlet here, but... Oh boy. Oh, fucking hell, that was really bad. Like, letting him live. Ah. Dude! Wow, he's fully invincible doing that, huh? Well, I guess if I had started the level with 4 lives, I would have had, like, 1 life now. Or 0, so... Chicken! I wonder if the items here are, like, random, because I thought for sure there was, like, points in that first pillar. Oh, maybe they changed it in, Guy. And if they changed it there, that change would have probably carry over to this version, too. Oh boy, I'm definitely a bit scared here. The infinite isn't really going to help me against Belger, because you can't really infinite him, I'm pretty sure. What did I pick up there? Well, oh yeah, okay, that was a... Wow! I picked up the pizza at full health, and it did not give me score. That was, that's pretty bad. Well, there's the extend, just as I die. Too bad the extend doesn't give you, like, health also. That would be nice. Diamond? Okay, sure. Oh, I guess this is where you do the... Dude, I was mashing R. Like... That was really bad. Oh, nice. Good healing item there. Yeah, this is very frantic. It's pretty awesome. Oh, fucked that up. Okay. It's always scary knocking them down, because you're not really sure. I mean, when you knock them down off screen, in specific. No, I didn't mean to do that. Fucking hell, why did I not get the combo there? Alright, fuck, I didn't want to use that early, but... Forced my hand. Okay, that worked out. Still no items here? I guess not. Alright. We arrived. Wow, he looks so fucking ugly.
Jessica! I'm glad you've come. You're the strongest. Let Jessica go. Join with me now, and I will free this woman. No! I'll rescue Jessica and destroy Mad Gear. Fine. And you will both suffer for your actions.
Are we about to regret our words and deeds? I laughed because I like kind of started doing the infinite, and then as I was doing the infinite, I like punched his arrows away, the ones he shoots vertically.
Well done.
Wow, how did that not hit? G-Car 2012, thank you for that follow. Fuck me. This seems like the most like the arcade Belger fight so far. Oop. Dude, he's still like solid white health. Right, pink, whatever that equates to. I was hoping to be at range where I could still grab him. Of course, I wouldn't have time to combo him. Oh my god, come on. Okay, we even got the extend right there. Oh, dude, that was fucking intense. Oh, you even get the round jingle before he falls out the window, just like on Super Nintendo. Oh, Father, I was so scared.
I'm so glad to see they didn't hurt you. I'm so sorry, Jessica. Thought I'd lost you like I lost your mother. I'll never let anything bad happen to you again.
I love you, Father. It's a nice remix. I'm like shaking here. That was extremely satisfying, getting that fight in the end. That worked out really well. Yeah, this is a really nice version. Cody! Sped that up a bit.
Where are you going? How can you just walk away now? I want to stay here with you, Jessica. I can't. Not while evil still stalks the streets. Oh, Cody.
I mean, not nearly as good as the Mega CD ending, but... I mean, what could be? Sound effects. Whew, we got the GGs. Thank you very much for all of those. That was fucking intense. That was the hell was that? Noise? Thank you for your play. Yeah, my playing was the pressure was all mine. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be the game over jingle, but it's like you can barely tell. I'm gonna fight the one. Let's get the proper voiceover for the title screen. So you don't get any kind of announcements to what you've unlocked here, but you can see there that the next thing is starting to flash. So let's see what's on the next screen. Aha! So we do get to set lives. Nice. Stage select, rapid punch, color change. That's sick. But none of those are available right now, so we didn't get any of those unlocks just yet, I suppose. Fucking color edit? Sick. But letting us start at 9 lives means less pressure to stick around for like 10 minutes to collect extra doggo 1-ups on Bay Area. So, okay, 425, next is at 500. So before we started playing, the first secret was 50. So I assume that was just the first option. But there may have been other milestones in between 50 and 500 that we didn't see. So in fact, let me just take a look real quick. Yeah. Ooh, what's this? Oh, yeah. Kind of, I don't know. I think the UI for this is kind of garish, but I don't know, 2001, I suppose. So obviously this is going to be Cody. And these guys have like different dialogue and all that kind of stuff. And I think that is worth exploring because it's a highly unique feature. I mean, I guess unique doesn't come in degrees, does it? It's a unique feature. It's a highly distinct feature. We can say that at least, right? Of this specific version of Final Fight. Now, it is getting close to 11 p.m., and I have been streaming for close to 7.5 hours, and I frankly do not feel like I have it in me to... Even if we were to drop this game right now, I do not have it in me to complete 2 additional full playthroughs on 2 other versions. So, even though it wasn't exactly what I had planned, I am loving this whole thing. Final Fight is fucking awesome. I'm having so much fun that I don't mind extending our look at the original Final Fight for a 3rd stream. So, well, I suppose on Thursday, what we're going to do is we will continue Final Fight 1 on the GBA. We'll check out Alpha Guy, and presumably, maybe the next unlock is Alpha Cody, so we would unlock him pretty soon. So we could see what they're like, because again, it's like maybe the most unique feature. I guess it's the most distinctive feature of this version of the game. So it's definitely worth taking a look. And I guess I can pull away the curtain a little bit and give a little teaser for what's next. The other 2 versions that I have lined up for Final Fight 1, or the original Final Fight after Final Fight 1, is the 2006 Java phone version of Final Fight, and of course the 2010 Final Fight Double Impact, which is mostly emulated, but it's worth playing because it has a unique soundtrack. So we'll be playing more GBA Final Fight 1, we'll be playing Java phone Final Fight, and we will be playing Final Fight Double Impact on Thursday. And frankly, that might be enough because we have more to get through with this game with unlocks and stuff. And if I can finish off the original Final Fight without another 7.5 hour stream, I guess that wouldn't be too bad. Hey, if we find ourselves with time to kill, maybe we'll do another time attack run on the Mega CD version, because that was pretty sick too. But yeah, next time, more Final Fight 1 on the GBA, some Java phone Final Fighting, and Final Fight Double Impact. But yeah, this has been a blast. I'm glad you guys have been enjoying this as much as I have from what it looks. And Thursday we will return. I'm on vacation, so my schedule is a little looser than usual. We started earlier because my normal stream time is from 6 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Maybe I started at about 3:30 today. Probably I will be starting at some point in the afternoon on Thursday as well. So I hope to see you guys then. We're in for some exciting times with dank mobile ports and whatnot. Everyone's saying goodbye, but please stick around for another 90 seconds or so. I'm gonna host someone, and I wanna give whoever I'm sending people to some extra viewers. So please do stick around as I find out who's streaming. Who is streaming? Who are we gonna visit? Who is streaming? Who is streaming? We'll send some folks to Mel. Why not? Mel plays games. She's playing Aliens Infestation. We got some hot Hank Nieborg pixel art. That should be cool. So let's go say hi to her and take care, everybody. Thank you for watching. See you guys next time.